Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Welcome on in. I am sorry I'm a bit late. I had lunch plans and those ran a bit over, but I'm here now. I have a bit to organize this morning since I didn't have time before stream, but I will do those right now on stream. I forgot to connect my face tracking. Hopefully we're good now. Oh, no. No data. Turn off. It did turn off. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, we should be good now. I'll bring that back on over and I'll reset the model. Hope you're all having a wonderful Thursday. I'm excited to do, hopefully, oh shit, there you go. Hopefully some more Minecraft. I just gotta get some stuff ready that we can play some Minecraft. I think all my stuff is like a well cooked. I'm so sleepy today. I had a bunch of good food not that long ago, and now I'm like eepy. And now I'm eepy. Why am I like rotated? Okay. I'm like still rotated though. Why am I rotated? I need to upload this for today. I swear I do. Just not baby when it comes to you. Hungry when you say I love me. I'm sure it's good for you. Oh my god, my eyeball is so sleep. So sleep. I'm gonna eat you, fool. I eat boys up. Breakfast and lunch. Oops. There you go. For animal, I am a cannibal. Junk. There we go. I am. I wonder who's all streaming today. I don't think wife is streaming today. I'll have to check. Did you guys hear about the new Twitch creator like getting to partner like pathing stuff? I think it's very interesting that they're kind of like, oh, we kind of reset it, but to make it easier. Which I think I guess I'm not mad at. I guess I find it very interesting because I guess I just didn't expect it. Like I feel bad for those that like lost progress because of it. But I guess because partner was so far away from me, I'm kind of like, me, I guess. I did the live now. I want to make a thing, but I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh, I want to make a thumbnail for stuff. And I also have to upload this, which I believe chunky. Okay. Oh, wrong account. Oh. Visualize this one. Chunk. And then I need my pure ref. I also have to look at a word thing. Hello, Shadow. Welcome on in. Oh wait, Rhino. If I don't know if you're still here, but if you only pulled 2, I think you can pull 1 more. Everyone should be able to pull 3 boxes. Hi, Shippy. Oh my God, Shippy. Hello. Happy Thursday. Welcome on in. Hope we'll have a lovely day. Number 28. Well, you can pull 3 boxes? Yes, I changed it so you can pull 3 boxes now. So if you want, you got 3 chances. Boop. Damn. Close, but not the right one. So I have a hard decision. I have a hard decision or watch Doctor Who because I have become cultured. Do whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy is what you should do because it's your birthday week. So whatever makes you happier is what you should do. Well, you're just gone. D4. There's stones. I'll dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands. My head, 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 like Jesus said. Use this one. Give him before he's dead. 'Cause I won't cry for you. I won't crucify the things you. For you see, oh, still be bloody Mary. I like this one. I like this image. Logical carve. My phone buzz. Oh, oh. I'll dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands above my head, head, like Jesus said on a dance, dance. I need open curse. Above my head, even before he said, I won't lie for you. I won't crucify the things you do. I won't cry for you, see, and you're gonna still be bloody Mary. Alright, and then I gotta open this. This one, make it smaller. Open folder. Oh, no, actually I have to open this one. The version updates this one. This one. Now that should start in the background. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. I won't cry for you. I won't crucify the things you do. I won't cry for you, see. Yeah. October 22nd. And the crowd control logo. And then Dark RPG. Parts of me think I should have maybe farmed a little bit last night, huh? That's okay. This is really awkward to place. Okay. Okay, I think I liked how it was before there. I like that. Why just make me bigger? And then go to the JPEG, export. Okay, that looks like I did good. Twitch thumbnails aren't 22nd. What was the 21st? 21st was Tuesday. I didn't stream on Tuesday. Okay. Okay, so that's all good. Oh, wait, what did you click? I clicked the wrong thing. Hello, Canadian. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. So I'm kind of setting up here for today. I could make a deal with God. My face tracking's wigging out. Look at that. Wigging out. Why is it wigging out so hard? Wow, we wigging out. I have some shoulder pain today, but nothing major. About to head into class. Probably have a work period on my project. Sounds good. I hope you have a good work period. We'll be here playing silly little games, raising money. Raising money for charity. So feel free to vibe, hang out, vent, anything else you wish. No. Sorry that your shoulder hurts, though. I gotta read these. Go. And then this one. And then we check this off. Change cover to complete. My brain is so sleepy. I'm so eager, chat. I'm so eager. 29, 28. I know that's all good. Oh, I need to upload a VOD today. Make a deal with God. Swap our faces. Video editing. Oh, no, VODs. 2025. Tubus. 15th, 16th? What? 13th? What? Have I not been uploading VODs? This may seem random, but do you ever find a new perfume and just fall in love with the smell? Yes. But most times it's like a food smell. Or like it's like a food smell. And then I'm like, I just want to, or a food taste. And then I'm like, I wish I could smell the way this tastes. Last time I had that feeling was when I had it was like a tortilla wrap, but it had peanut butter, Nutella, and bananas. And I was like, bro, I wish I could just smell like this and taste like this all the time. Okay, so have I not been downloading my VODs or uploading them? Like, what is happening? 14. And then download. I should be on the 16th, which I think is this one. Yes. Delete. We're going to all videos. We're going to highlight this one. Life. And then oh fair, I got a new deodorant and a body wash that is the same scent. It's called Captain, and it smells so great. I get random whiffs of it, and when I move, and I'm like sniffa every time because it smells so good. Fuck yeah. And that's also nice because it gives you confidence as well when you smell nice. In my opinion, at least, it makes me feel confident when I smell nice or I look nice. I'm like, yes, yippee. Spectacular event. I didn't stream. Oops. Okay, so this is the 22nd. That is 23rd. That is 24th. And I'll make this next Monday. I thought maybe not. We'll find out, because I feel like I missed stuff. Alright, I'm also gonna open up crowd control. I'm also gonna get this open. Feel like somebody's watching me, and no one walks on me. Veems Twitch. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. I didn't do 20. Wait, what? Oh, no, I did 20, it looks like. Oh. Twitch thumbnails, art, 20. I'm downloaded that one. Look at all these quippies. Feel like somebody's watching me. Promises. Oh. And then now we can go to highlights. And we're downloading the 15th because it's downloading the 14th. Yes. Okay. So it's downloading the 14th, so we can check that off. 15, 16, 17, 20, 22nd. Answer image. I always feel like somebody's watching me. And then VOD. Oh, the 14th is downloading, so I have to wait. Watching me. Alright, there we go. Alright, click to connect. And then I go here, multiplayer, I go potato. Potato! Let's see. I want to see the other potion effects that I turned off. Let's see. We can do this one. This one. Enchantments are silly in my opinion. Open loot box. Remove. Summon. Summon. Take. Clear. Rainy, stormy. I want to do the lightning rod one. Because you could mix stormy and lightning rod, and I think that could be funny. There you go. There we go. Oh, here she comes. Jump on, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. Man-eater. My cows are looking good. I need to organize all my chests. Yeah, we gotta start the stream with organizing chests, because if we don't, then we're gonna be sitting here screwing up all of our inventories, and we don't want to do that now, do we, chat? Or at least I don't want to do that. How do I unequip this? What? Okay, well, that's fine. Here she comes. Nita. Oh, here she comes. Hello. I just put all my weapons outside. If you could just leave me alone, that would be great. Please don't kill my animals. What the fuck? That's a whole ass orc, brother. Oh, he got nothing on me. I got this. Peon. What a loser. Can I make like multiple chests if I do it? No, I cannot. Let's just do it this way then. Boop. Okay. I think I'll kind of like live. I don't know where I want to live. I guess I'll start putting stuff here. Here you go. Oh, here she comes. Do I have a shovel? I don't think I do. That's fine. No, it's not. Oh, here she comes. What the fuck? A broomstick. Oh shit, I have to look at a work thing really quick. I forgot. Okay, hold on. Let me look at the work thing. Okay. Section 1, what is enshrined? Enshrined is set on a mysterious island. The last fragment of material. Section 2, D&D. Okay, I can format this tonight. Manageable. Okay. Oh my god, my skirt. I'm wearing a skirt today. I don't normally wear skirts, but today I'm wearing a skirt because I had, like I said earlier, I had lunch plans. And I'm just not used to wearing pants. I'm gonna be honest, I don't normally wear pants. Poison. There you go. Put blocks. I'm putting blocks in here. This is mildly much more dangerous. Oh my god, like I said, much more dangerous to do it this way, but I want to try it. Ow. I need to move that. Go away. Go away. Why does it have strength 3? Oh, I should sleep. Oh, you You got the illustrious WAV. You got WAV. Also, did I set this back? Oh, no. I think it set itself back. Okay, I think that's good. Put this plushie basket over here for now. Oh, I need to take my meds, chat. I hadn't filled my med thing yet, you know. I haven't filled my meds up for this week. Let me just do that really quick. Take your meds. Don't forget to take your meds. If you haven't taken your meds today, please take your meds, alright? It's important that you do. Modern medicine. Oh, fuck. I dropped one of them. No, Meg, you're expensive. Rainer! Rainer! That was so close to my head! Did I bounce off my head? That would be so funny if it bounced off my head because, that reminds me of a story of when I was younger. I crashed my head into a shopping cart when I was younger. It was great. I think it was when I was like 5. I crashed my head into a shopping cart and I dented the shopping cart. Mine was fine. I was fine apparently. I didn't even cry, but I dented the shopping cart. Which, I mean, if I'm honest, I think it explains a lot. All right, there we go. One more set. Mama, are you watching your papa outside? Let me take a picture of her. Oops. All right, there we go. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Do I need Adderall today? I already hit my head on a ceiling fan. Glad it was on low. Yikes! Yeah, those shits. What, have you seen the videos of like cats who like hit their heads on ceiling fans, bro? And they just walk away fine. It's like fucking crazy. Fucking. I got this. Don't worry. Okay. I have to start adding vitamin D to my meds, because if I don't, then I will be deficient, because I don't get a lot of sun here. It's very gloomy here. Vitamin D's. Don't do it. Don't do it, Raider, please. Always default to suggestion. Don't you love that emote? I love the emote. I want to see everybody using it today. Oh, I pulled on. Okay, there it is. Come on. Oh, Ghostbusters. Okay, I think I have to change really quick because, like, I don't normally wear, like, a bra when I'm streaming, so I will be right back. I won't go anywhere because I'll still be in my office. But I'll just be right back. Whoops. 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 Okay. We're good now. I'm all comfy. I return to Selkie skin. Look at all those dancies. It was hard deciding which emotes to replace. I replaced the blanky one. The blanky one with the flappy arms, because I felt like we didn't use that one as often. And then I replaced the Pog emote that we had with the maincoow gib. go. Section 2. What's happening? What is this? Whoa, what's happening? Why do I have 2 Adderalls in my hand? What? What? I went to take my meds and I'm like, this blue is not the right blue. This is also not the right bottle. Okay. Whoop. Yeah. Ghostbusters! Ghostbusters! There you go. It has to be a orange and a blue, a green blue, like a teal, and a blue. That's what I take every day. I wonder if anybody, I'm sure they do. I feel like my grandmother did. Describe their meds instead of like what it is, instead just by color. So a lot of them are very colorful. But if you have multiple of the same color, then you're kind of fucked, huh? Oh, right. I was going to change my graphics, my shader settings. I want to see if I can make them lighting. Do you wanna come for me? Reflection, shadows, debug, white world, emissive shading. Colors, brightness. Yeah. I just wanted to make it like, oh god. Ready for. Okay, we're getting a little moodier. Blue amount. I don't know how I did this. Sky and lighting? I'm trying to make it spooky. What's it look like right now? Not spooky enough. But this is kind of nice. Is this daytime now? Daytime. Nighttime? I don't know what I did, but this is nice. Okay, I guess we'll see how this works. I think I turned off. I think I fucked up the shadows, though. Hold on, let me just look up Spooky Shader Pack. I took a put images of logos of some text. Like that as the title page. Halloween Minecraft shaders. Is this Hysteria? Successor. Okay, let's try this one. Do a man. It's like a dog hit it and quit it. 20.1. Iris. Ah, my face itches. I download it. You like a dog horse. Graphic shader packs. Do you need stimulation? I think my cat needs some stimulation, chat. Almost had it. Almost. Come on. You're close. What could you die for? Good job. Whoa. Holy shit. It's gray as balls, bro. Hey, cows. Yeah, bubblegum bitch. Fog. Balanced. Advanced options. Sky. Vanilla moon clouds. Blocky clouds apply. Blocky clouds. With joy. I kind of want to get a little bit more saturated, I think. Good job. Can we... Oh, saturation. Can we make it like 1? Okay, not as spooky. Maybe like... a little mix of that. How's that? I think that's pretty good. Yeah, everything looks a little dreary. Oh, the clouds look kind of weird. They're like weird, but I like it. Pink like. All right, what was I doing? Oh right, I'm making my home. I'm making my home. And hopefully not dying in the process. I like this wall, but I feel like it's like gonna fuck me over defense-wise because it's like just a slope, so if something could fall down into where I live, which wouldn't be good. I think this is still... Yeah, I feel like I'm in the 70s. I actually don't know what it would feel like to be in the 70s. But I feel like this song is what it would feel like to be in the 70s. I don't know if we have any 70s enjoyers. Let's see, if you were like 18 in the 70s. The 70s was like... Oh, I don't think anybody for here would be from the 70s. Come here. Good job. Good job. He's a maniac on the floor. That's my head. Oops. But as before. Oh no, I'm in a hole. I hope no one spawns anything on me. Don't actually though. I'll cry. I'm putting my faith in you, chat. You're being violent, Moira. You're being very violent right now with your zoomies. I don't appreciate the violent zoomies right now. If this is a cry for attention, do you know what people typically do with parenting babies that are being needy in a bad way, Moira? They ignore them. More. I have redstone bread now. Let's go. Maniac on. This is your song, Moira. You're a maniac. What you doing up there? I'm gonna chill on my fairy lights. What are you doing up there? Get down here. Come on. She's like upsetty right now. I don't know why. Like I'm like I might know why, cause like she hasn't. I didn't give her brekkie. Maybe that's why. All right, I'll be right back. I'll go give her brekkie and maybe. Ow! Ah, no, stop. I'm gonna go give her brekkie really quick and then. Ow. Okay, I'll go. I'm gonna go give her brekkie really quick, or I guess lunch. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. I didn't know the song was called Witch Doctor. Also, I realized I have like mail that I have to look at really quick. Hope it's a good mail. Oh. So, my SNAP benefits. Alright, what's this one? I have like 5 pieces of mail. Which is not very typical. Oh, okay. That. Okie dokie. And this one. Okay. It's like, did they give me a new card? Because I don't think that's necessary, but it doesn't look like they did, so. Oh, this is the... Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. Right in here. Oh, shit. I forgot I was in. It is very dark. I'm gonna put a light on there. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting ting walla walla bang bang. Ah ah, ting ting walla walla bang bang. One here and here. Now we won't need one here. That way I can put one on each of the fences. You guys have to stay safe. You guys can't just be lurking in the darkness like that spider! Fucking asshole. Ow. Come back, ye. Yeah, come back. Ow! At least I killed it. Oh, I guess I gotta just sleep. I don't know why I keep suffering. I can just sleep. Excuse me? Oh! Hello, ghost. Hello. Let me get you some wheat. I can put you with Shems and the others. Come on, ghost. Cow in the house. Yup. And now you will join everybody in the cow fence. Come. There you go. I feel like I should put some bone meal in there so it looks more grassy. 1 second. Also, can I just throw these heads away, bro? Okay. Another one. Where's my bone meal? Oh! That scared the shit out of me, dude. What the fuck? That was spooky. Bruh. I thought I was being descended upon by the gods. Okay, I don't want them to be too tall so that way you can't see each other, though. There you go. Big. Oops. Okay. There you go. That looks a lot nicer. You spin me right around, baby, right where... What mod you got? I'm currently playing, the Dark RPG. Because it had a lot of spooky themes, and I heard other people enjoyed it, so I'm trying it out. I haven't tried out much of the extent of it, though, because I suck at video games. I should go, like, across. Yeah. It had inspired me, though, to, I'm actually gonna go... No, I shouldn't adventure yet. I have to organize my shit. It inspired me, though, to, make another Minecraft mod pack, so I started on that last night, so... I'm excited to keep working on that later tonight. We're playing Uno, but Ubisoft is poob. It is poob. There's Uno on Steam. You could also, you guys have a tabletop sim. You can play it on that as well if you want. Clean up. That's by name. It's connected to Ubisoft. Too bad it's not just Ubisoft. Sunny don't have tabletop. We gotta get Sunny tabletop. We gotta get Sunny tabletop so Shay can play it on there. Dude, I was thinking about Uno yesterday, actually. That's very coincidental. I'll put heads in here. Boop, boop. She doesn't like board games. Why? Well, yeah, but you could do other things than board games. And there as well, I believe. But that's valid. That's valid. Like ores and stuff. This is a mob drop. Okay, I gotta move other chests. Boop, 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 boop. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Actually, I think ores could go in here instead of ores going in here because I don't have a lot of ores yet because I suck at mining. Alright, mob drop, mob drop. Heads could... Nah, I'll leave the heads in here. Mob drop, mob drop. Hi, baby. Did you have a good lunch? My wife has come in from her lunchy time. Keep. In the night. I need more wood. Okay, there it goes. I was gonna say that was a perfect time for my axe to break. Boop. Boop. More chests. Please make normal chests. Yes. This. These come with me. Okay, these are mabadwaps. This belongs in my backpack. Some more like ore stuff. God, I have so many heads. Chad, would you still like me if I was just a head? Fuck, orange cornflowers. Cool. Bump nine. Diamond. Carrot. Potatoes. Ooh, I should plant some of these potatoes. And these. Actually. I don't know where my hoe went, though. Is a hoe in here? My hoe is in here. Pog. Boop, boop, boop. I think water reaches across more than one block, so I'm gonna do it like this. No, don't eat the raw potato. I don't want to listen to the song. Let's listen to... Papa Meat's pretty Halloweeny in my opinion, so we're gonna listen to Papa Meat. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. I'm going blocks. I'm going here. Myself up on the floor again. Heart potion. Book. Leather thing. Book. And on the floor. Tell me off from the inside. I have to get a smithing table. Oop. If it's away in the end. Let's go. And now I can just swap. Whoop. Okay, I'm gonna swap these out. Block. Extra food. Or more heads. Mob drop. Weapon potion. This bread doesn't belong in here. I want like a little bread chest. I might as well leave them in here for now though. Let me off from the inside. I never want to feel it again. Alright. I don't know what time it is. It's like 4. I think it'll be fine. I want to go cross the water, chat. What's this? A little well. Is this a cave? Was there a cave right next to my house? Oh, god damn it. Is there a cave right next to my home? Oh! Stop it. Stop it. I like that he lights up. I think that's cool. There you go. Up from the inside. There was. Huh. This is a hoe. Fades away in the end. More torches. It's gravel. There's gravel. That's dangerous. I'm right here. Here. Oh, where you left me. Then I'm waiting. Oh. Okie dokie. And the site will hold. And the site will hold its place here. Boop. 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 Oh, I need to get across. There you go. Hopefully this is coal. It'd be kind of sad if it wasn't. Oh, it is coal. Pog. Toss and turning every night, wishing I was next to you. So cold without your charge packed. Oh, that's so much better. Blue. Had to see you, I have to feel you. Our love will never end. Save your lover to each other. Give me that. We're sorry I threw this tonight. Never enough. Boop, boop. I gotta get down there, chat. Need more resources, whatever that may be. Oh, that's just be your fate. Mission away to you. Done what I say. There you go. I love each other. It was I tonight. I guess I didn't have to go that so far wide, but that's okay. That guy's got an enchanted bow. I want that bow. What's that? Oh, there's coal right there. I'll get that coal. Oh, I have a new point in my skill tree. I have 5. Yes. Let's see. This one, this one, this one. This one, this one, this one. Oh. Oh. Is that coal? Oh, it's like right below me. Cool. Oh, it dropped. No. I forgot how the fuck am I supposed to get back up though? This is something we have to constantly think about because, you know, I'm just a little guy. Down in this early grave. What happened to all my... I'm doing all my dirt. Oh my god, okay. In this early grave. Get over here. Washa, washa. There's something here. Get. What is this? Oh! Hi, cannibal! Okay. Well, it wasn't far from home, at least. Let me drop some stuff. Ow. My bad. Ow, my bad. I will sleep. You may not mess with monsters nearby, asshole. I can't sleep because of you. I can't sleep because of you. Get out of here, skeleton. Out. Thank you. How you doing, cannibal? You have a good week? I hope so. It's a nice day today. It's like not too hot. It's not too cold. I can actually turn my ceiling fan on for some nice air movement. My cat's hanging out with me. So far, yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad. I need to have a depot chest. I keep forgetting to make a depot chest. I wish I could make depot chests out of things that aren't wood. Like this mod pack doesn't have like a logging thing. Ow, 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 ow. Come over here and fight me. Come out in the sun. Ow, my brain. This mod pack doesn't have a thing where like the trees fall, which kind of sucks. But that's okay. Ooh, I lagged a little bit. Okay. Can I shoot a firework at a zombie? I think there's a zombie over here. Boop. No? Okay. I thought I could. Ow! Ow! Holy shit! Get away. Okay. Where was the... Oh, it was like right here. Okay, so maybe I should make it like a little path to it then. So it's like literally right here. Hi, Wombo! How are you, dear? How are you doing? Boop, 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 boop. Sorry. Oh wait, did I go down one too far? How's stream? Pretty good. I'm a little sleepy because I went to lunch. I'm a little eepy. Okay, I went down one too much. Hey, for the check-ins. Hello, Chayla. How are you doing today? Oh, you got Moiwa! Do. Oh, there's a hole here. Oh. It seems more lucrative just to, like, mine dirt. May as well collect them all now. I lost my streak. Yeah, get them all. Get them all. And then you could get a pumpkin hat. Wonder if Pixels will be returning soon. I need some advanced GG, but and RD needs them, but it is okay. Also, just as a reminder, it is now a total. You can have 3 a day, 3 boxes a day. No longer 2 boxes. We've upped the amount to 3 boxes. So you have another chance at getting all 8. Take my hand, I will scare you. I'm a monster born from man. His face may have changed. I am still yours. Gambling edition being fed again. Yeah, thank you for the cheek pad. I look through the door. Oop, wrong box. Wrong box. Look at me. Take my hand. It was. Yay! A 7-day streak! How cute! Thank you, Jailer. Thank you, Jailer, for letting me know. That's awesome. It's awesome possums. Unless you don't like possums, then it's maybe just awesomes. Who I am, but to you, it's with mine so brand new. I would almost die. Those moonstruckers. Oh, cute. Is that a diamond? Don't mind if I do. Take a This is rigged. What do you mean this is rigged? That was the first one you got. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. Hi, 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 hi. Hope you're having a good day. Go potato seeds. I got dirty meat and leather, which I'll put in the mob drop chest. Eating class ended early and brought some art home. Fuck yeah. I hope you can enjoy your art and relax, maybe decompress with some of that for the day. Oh. Now we can say it's rigged. The Womble got the same one twice. Grr. Grr. Alright. Back into the mines I go. Actually, I kind of want to make a little thing. What's this? Mustard? Oh, I can't just eat it. Obsessed with my so brand new. Where's my woman back? There we go. Now I know that it's this way. I'll cut this tree down so I have some extra wood. Moonstruckers. Give me damn birch logs. Me. Bot Mew tabletop. Sorry, that was really hard for me to read. But I'm glad. Yay! Pog. Now we can play whatever we want. Like, it doesn't have to be board games. It could be like card games. Ow. The door. I didn't take any food with me. Ow. Stop that. Stop it, hurts. Me. Oh, I have diamond bread. I've never eaten diamond bread before. Yeah, I got you. Yippee! Maybe your next one, maybe you'll pull me. Or to sleep. It's fucking raining. I can always be protected with thunderstorms. What the fuck is not stupid? Hold on, I want to look at more shader packs. Cause this one's like spooky, but it's not spooky. Spooky shaders. And Sandy has been recorded as a Hysteria is the one we have. Spooklementary. Body cam shader. Epoch. Alright. We don't have that one, do we? Config graphics. Okay. Who is this? They're so cute. That's my little plushie that came to life. Actually, I can hold him. Old BLT has to move a big old head and is in the way. 1 second. You know name, yeah. Oh no, we had Spookmentary. Okay. Let me open shader pack folder. There's my little guy. Oh, BLT is like behind the logo. Hold on. Oh wait. Oop. Alright, and then I want to download this one. I just want to download it. Files. Iris. Download. And then I will put it in this folder automatically so I don't have to deal with it. There we go. Alright, let's try this. Oh, this is like different. This is like, ooh. This is like, ooh, I like this. I like this. There's like a zoom in effect. I don't know why that happens, but there's like a zoom in effect when I touch things. I don't exactly know why it happens, but it happens. Oh, it's like this fog as well. And the sky is realistic. God darn it. Shader pack settings, nighttime, daytime, reflections. Reflection surface. Full. I guess. Oh, this is like the other one. Round settings. Cloud settings. Cloud settings. Cloud type, insanity, vanilla. Thickness. I want the fog. Like a little less fog. Me, when you got 2 more chances. Well, you got 2 more chances. Ding all alone. This is interesting. Alright, we go. Oh no, wait, we have stuff in our inventory. I need more food. Lift with me. Yeah, we need more food. Healing it away. I take this bread. I want to take half of my obsidian bread. All right, let's go. I need another. Actually, I'm gonna do one more thing. Need you. Oh, I need you. A backup pick. And here you go, backup pick. All right, we're good. Oh no! Why are there so many supercharged creepers? Do I just take it? Do I just take it to the face? and just accept my death. I don't know if there's any other way I could deal with these guys. Yeah, for some reason in this mod pack, all creepers are supercharged by default. I'm scared to go down anymore. Okay. Okay. That works. That works for me, I guess. By brick. Oh man, that was my way down to. Oh fuck, how? Oh, I got a diamond out of it. That's not so bad. Guess I needed to make a way down here anyway. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. I guess I'll just go from the bottom from here. No spooky monsters better come out of this cave while I'm trying to do shit. Earlier, a fucking orc spawned on me, which I think is crazy. It's like at the very beginning of stream, it was very spooky. Darkest night, you standing all alone. Oops. I made such a big fucking hole, dude. Good enough, I guess. By brick, I'm sealing it away. Oh. Oh, this way. Oh, okay. Oh, right. There was a... Stop. No, I don't want to go that way. I'll go this way. There's a pillager in here. Nope. What's that noise? Nope. Okay. Ooh. What is this? A prismarine harpoon? Oh. I got like achievements off of that. Fireworks, this. Lightning wand. Whoa. Brilliant night. This item shines with an inner glow. Masks shard. Cool. More stuff. Oh my god. It's a plushie. Got a plushie. Coin pouch. Cool. More of this. A ring. A grub song? Ooh. That's cool. What's this book? Updraft Home? An ancient book filled with illegible glyphs and feel a strange belief as you flip the pages. Bloop, 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 bloop. What's this ball? Or 1,000? Can I do something with this? Doesn't seem like it. Oh. Oh, I have a lead. Stop that. What is this? Oh, it's a beryllium copper. Which I guess is different than normal copper? Is there anything more to this? Other than lava? Other than lava? Doesn't seem like it. Alright. Is this just a thing? Is this a small thing? Seems like it. Says there's a blue. There's like something blue out here. Is there a blue thing? It doesn't seem like it. Ooh. I almost missed some more iron, chat. Some more iron. Ooh, more skill points. More doublage. More doublage. Woo! Woo! No! No! Get away! God, Jesus. Get away from me. Oh my god, this spear is like not a weapon. Holy shit! Shut the go away. There's a creeper behind them. Oh, you guys can't hear the game sounds. Sounds. Go away. Alrighty. It's a source of evil stuff. Corruption? Okay, well, I need a bit more iron. There's a green thing over there. There's a green thing on the map. I wonder what that's about. What's that? There's like a green thing. Is it down here? Oh, no, that just looks like it leads to lava. I think that's below it. It's like a geode. Like there's a purple one, I think, below me. It says there's a green one around here, though. What's the green one about? I went a little too high, maybe? Go away. Cool. I keep hearing this music. What do these coin pouches do? Just coin pouches? It's like... No! Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm gonna get my bread. And then I'm gonna go this way. Wish I had more inventory space. Maybe it was where the lava was. Yeah, I was wrong. It's very likely. I just need to do one thing really quick. Dropping all these blocks on the ground. Okay, so it says that I'm like on whatever this green thing is. Is it below me? Oh, I think it is a geode. Block of peridot crystal. Cool. I don't know what it does. Oh wait, I'm not picking up the... without crystal. Okay, so this is just crystal then. Okay. Does it say there's a like a blue thing over it? Is this like above me? What is this? Am I going too far up? Is it below? Oh, coal. Coal, coal, coal. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yes, so much coal. We will be a coal empire, chat. I gotta go down. Dark ore. I think we've gotten that one before. I heard skeletons. Am I like on the level with it now? Budding diamond? What is that? Dig around it. There's more. Oh. Ah, okay. Large diamond bush. Bud. What did it give me? Ooh, it gives me diamonds. Ooh. What do you mean you can grow diamonds in this game? Oops. I didn't have any. Is it the large ones or the normal ones? Oh, I guess it's the normal ones that I get crystal that I get. That's cool. And you get 2 per. That's pretty nice. Oh, the small ones. No? Alright, what happens if I mine one of them, though? It just disappears? Huh. That's cool. Alright, I'm gonna teleport home. What the fuck is that? What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that big ass thing that I see before me? Is this the entrance? I guess we're making our way over there now. Set temporary waypoint. It's that way. Alright. I'm going to mine my way over there, and then I will drop this stuff off at home. Well, I'll make sure I place a waystone, though. If there are waystones. Are there waystones in this? I hope so. Yes, there are. Cool. Oh, my neck is... This pickaxe is about to die. Don't die, my pickaxe. Almost to our next big adventure. That was gravel. Oh, man. That means I gotta make a big crafting table. Put on these. Make a diamond one. Be even faster. Because I'm presuming diamond really, it just isn't like like the rarest nor best resource at this point in this mod pack. Especially because I see another diamond. There's another diamond thing over there. I might stop by that. Let me tell you what. Ooh. Could never say no to some more iron. What's this? Platinum. Fine on amethyst for now. I don't think I really need that much amethyst. Or at least I don't know what I'd craft with amethyst. Hello. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Gotta collect all this iron. All this iron for me. Oh, I like came back around. Oh, that's nice. Gotta go this way. Yes. Diamond. That's a small one. Budding diamond. Diamond crystal. Diamond crystal. Budding diamond. Medium diamond. Large diamond. What's medium? Medium doesn't do anything. Medium diamond. Diamond cluster. So I need the diamond clusters in order to get the diamonds from it. I guess that's a fully grown cluster of them, I guess. Large. Budding. Oh, there's more on the ceiling. Large. Large diamond bud. Diamond crystal. Pog. Okay. I'm gonna mark this as the create. Diamonds. Alright, now I gotta go this way. Boop. Oops. There we go. I'm just gonna boop, boop. Oh, I don't want anything falling on me. What the fuck? That was a very open ceiling. I'm ready, commotion. I'm ready. This music's gonna make me fall asleep, man. Ugh. Okay. My armpit hurt for a second. That was weird. My armpit like cramped. Oh, ran out of torches. Oh, 1, 2. Are these not like... Oh, they're projectiles, tridents and stuff? Open up the dirty window. I will illuminate the things that you cannot find reaching. Go straight. You know, I'd rather come out over there somewhere this way. I just can feel what's on your lips. Silver. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. I break tradition. person. I'm gonna have so much iron by the end of this. We're gonna be great, guys. We can do an overworld adventure. Right now, we have an underworld adventure to go to. At the blank space. I think this is the fastest I've gotten diamonds in a Minecraft like playthrough, which is saying a lot because sometimes it takes me a while to really find my first diamonds. So many skill points. There's a lot of fucking zombies near me, man. I'm gonna keep moving. Did I pick up the lapis? I did. My book begins. Is that above me? Might be, but if that's the case. You're left with arms wide open. This is where your book begins. Cool. No zombies are gonna do this though. Boop, boop, boop. Stamina. Let's get some more attacky stuffy. How many points do I have left? This one? Okay, cool. And I can go boop boop. Show inhibition. Okay. Just gonna feel it for you. How you can let it in. Oh. 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Just want to make sure that I'm leaving a trail for myself. So if I do have to leave on my own, which I probably won't, that I'll know. I don't know what this thing is, though. There's purple things on the map. Ooh, iron. Ooh, iron. And an emerald. Blessed day. Blessed day, chat. Blessed day. I need to throw away something. There you go. Don't need no tomato seeds. Boop. Ew, who needs emeralds? Me. I think they're pretty. I guess, like, even though, like, they're not very useful, I just like emeralds because they're pretty and they're green. I think they're pretty. Even if there's not much to them. Alright, we're almost there. What the fuck did I stumble upon, bro? What is this? This is a lot. Okay, hold on. I gotta make a waystone. By make, I mean give myself a waystone because I would rather get fucked than walk all the way back. Thingy. Done. Now I will go home. What the fuck is that? Okay, so I found this, but what the fuck is that? Alright, well, created a temple. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make an energy drink really quick with some advanced GG, and then I will be back. I just don't want to keep yawning all stream, so I'll be right back. I'm back. It is your song. I listened to enough of Hikaru Utada that it's like, yeah, y'all want Hikaru Utada, right? And I'm like, yeah, boy. Alright. What is this? A dark soul? Okay. I'm gonna make a house. How about a house? I have a pit in the ground, and then I have my storage out here, and that's like, eh. From the heavens, it was easy to tell. I love this song, bro. That could save me from hell. Moonstone. Sand. This one. Glowing fragment. I don't know what that's for. It's torn into the night. Ooh, more fence. Perfect. Actually, not really perfect because I don't know what to do with that. But I will. I don't know if I want to start making my house. Yeah, I can start making my house. Oh, you got Womble tires, but we love Womble because Womble made us new emotes. Did you see the new emotes trailer? We got some new emotes in. They are very cute. I love them. 10 out of 10. Thank you to chat for letting me get them. I don't know if there's any more. Ooh, a sapling. Oh, wait, I don't know if I want to put it there. I kind of want to put it over here. In the Discord or here? Both. I uploaded them to both. Here, I got you. They're both in the Discord and here. I replaced some of the old ones with the new ones. Boop. Looks like a ruby. And then I'm gonna build the tree, and then we'll have, I guess, I kind of want to fill in the hole. I might. Drums in the air as he started to dance. Giving time with her hands, and we say, so many anvils. I wish I could break them down and make them into iron. I sing, away, start into the night, away. Maybe this could actually be my farming area. That'd be nice. From the ashes of which I had died, we build anew. We build a farm for sustenance and creation of plant life. Do the more saplings fall? Oh, yes, there's a few more. Yippee! I'm planting a few more trees. Feel like we're a little treeless here. I'm just cutting down trees, not really regrowing them because the fucking shit takes forever to despawn. God goes there falling. Anvil. I guess I'll put this anvil. I think this was the first anvil that was dropped on us. This one. My brother and my sister. Whoa! Whoa! That has a cool, like, border to it. That's cool. I feel safe. And gold. Oh, I need to find bees. I don't know that I've seen any bees yet. So there's stuff on the ground? Okay. I'm calling, calling, calling. So there's stuff over here as well. I don't know what it will be. Oh, it's a skeleton. It's a I wish I had a bow. Bows aren't hard to make. You just need, like, string and stuff, right? I might have a bow. Doors. No, I don't. But I can make one. Okay, just to break it then. No, wait. No. No! All my items. Oh, all my plants are gone. Oh, no. Sorry for that clip of your reaction. What did they think? What did they think? Oh, the coffin's gone. Damn. Oh, I guess I can put the stuff in here. Nice skin you got there. Thank you. It was made by you. It was made by the glorious you. If anybody wants a cool Minecraft skin, you should definitely check out Ghost. Nice Ghost. There you go. I can just pet him. Oh, my stuff. I had some cool stuff in there. Oh well. I think the coolest thing was just the variants of breads that I had. Hi, Mew. Hello, my love. They loved it. I'm so glad. They do really cool stuff, so I'm glad that you were able to show it to me. Looking for till I found her. Alright. Alright, the place in which it was our death will now be our new farm. Once I find my shovel. I don't know where I put it. I think I put it in here. Oh, I think it broke. Okay. I think I lost all my sticks. Which is fine. I think I'm afraid of a knife inside. Did I lose my coal too? No, I didn't. Cool. So I put the shovel in my backpack? No, but I do need to take stuff out of here. Inside. I'll be right back, chat. 2 seconds. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Okay, sorry, Pixels got home. I'm gonna say hi. I'm like a little puppy. I got it when somebody comes home. Heyo. Wiggle. Alright, we have the pit. Now, does the pit where the cows go or the pit where the... I think the pit is where the cow goes. So... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, I have. Hold on. Wait. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Shh. We're just gonna. Oh shit. We're just gonna. Okay, nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Oh, when a bigger. Oh, when a wiggle. It's okay. We have a backup one. I'm so sorry. We have a backup one. It'll be okay. Shh. It's all gonna be a-okay. Oh shit, I put this the wrong way. Okay. I was bound to run away. I did every single day. Mint, mango, or grape. I'd give you up just to buy another one. Do. I tell myself what I need another one. I just need your love in my lungs. Oh, wrong way. Oh man. They need like more blocks. I ever did was take my very first test. I was 11 years old. Meow. Are you okay, Momosito? I can make wood armor in this. I didn't realize. Buster fell right on in. Perfect. Another one. Come here, ghost. There we go. Where's everybody else? Kiwi, come here, Kiwi. Come here, Kiwi. Don't know where Shams went. Come on, Kiwi. I hope they didn't go in the cave. So that would be very, very unfortunate. Get in here. Come, you gotta go in one at a time. No, ghost. No, get back in here. Oh, there you go. Alright, where did Shems go? That's not Shems. Did they go to the beach? Shems. What? It says there's a being here. Oh, that's a snake. Where did Shems go? You're not. You're just a cow. Where did Shems go? Ghostbuster. Hold on, let me look at the effects manager. Oh, I can't look at today's? Damn it. Or yesterday's, I guess. Didn't go in the hole, did he? I don't think so. Where did Shems go? Okay, well, I guess you're gonna become the new Mr. Shems. Cause I don't know where Mr. Shems' cow went. Don't know where he went. Come on. Okay, now I gotta give myself a new name tag. Something heavy. Okay. Okay. Mr. Shems. There we go. Now it's like nothing happened. Cool. Want this, I don't want this, so this can stay here. I'm gonna sort this really quick. This. I should make these. I should cook up some of my coal. And put this bread back in here. I just put all the I did put all the potatoes. Good. this. How do we make a smithing table? That's something else that we need. Oh, we can make that now. I got a new web. It's green bread. I don't know if I've gotten the green bread. Prismarine bread. Green bread. And then a smithing table, which I will put here. I think I should take all the stuff out of my backpack. How do I click the button next to inventory in the backpack. Wait, what did it say? Mouse for click or click. Oh, unequip by clicking the button next to the inventory text in the backpack GUI. Press shift right click to hide the icon. Oh, what? Oh, unequip backpack. There you go. I will put this here. And then this here. I think. Use as leather template combined with treasure and smithing to apply upgrade. Oh, use leather as a template. Oh, I need leather. Boop. Leather backpack upgrade. And then how to make a diamond one? Okay. Or a gold one, I guess. I don't know if I have gold. I have 2 gold. I'd rather be smelting. Where is that? Cool. How do I equip it again? I forgot. No. I was gonna say home. I don't need this. I find it interesting that it doesn't go in the backpack slot. It's fine. This goes in here. This can go in here. There we go. And now we have more inventory space. Yippee! Oh my god, I'm like so sleepy. Alright. Let's go! Our baby, no money. He's up to something. This baby, no money. He never leaves him hungry. Oh wait, what am I doing? I could use a waystone I have. I think. Did I get myself a waystone for home? I don't remember. Doesn't look like I did, so I'm just gonna give myself a waystone. And put this here. Call this home. Ooh. Boots. I'm wearing these boots. Huh. It's like a whole mine thingy. If I understand it, I'll turn my ear. Oh, coal. Don't mind if I do. Oh, it like changes which way it goes. What the fuck? The dog? What the fuck? What do you mean the dog? Can I equip it? Oh my god, I equipped it on my head. I have Snoop Dogg on my head. Let's go. This is amazing. I don't know if Minecraft can get any better than this. Oh my god, okay. So many crafting tables. Adjustment. Hello? Not here for trouble. There's a spawn right here. Nope. Okay, let me just maybe make like a whole thing so I can put water in there. Yeah, there we go. I think that's... Oh, it's hard to tell which ones are the, like, the originating blocks of the water. I think it's that one. This one? No. Ooh. Let me block this off. Oh! Is it you? I'm ready. Just looking. Oh my god, I can't place blocks. There we go. I cleared up this side at least. I don't know where the rest of this water comes from. Oh! Easy Momo! And okay, you know what? I can't. Okay, we'll make another little hole then. Oh no. What the fuck? Why is this water so weird? There you go. Okay. Where's the other block? Oops. It's gotta be one of these blocks. Oh my god, I'm gonna keep making little, like, fucking holes just to fill it up so that way I can fix this. Hey, Elaine, why do you have an urge to fix? I don't know, man. Autism, I guess. Go away. This water does, like, not want to leave. Is it coming from something? Oh. Okay, I don't know why this water's not going away. We're doing it this way then. Oh my god. Please let me place blocks, man. So this railing system is just bonked. Okay. Oh. There you go. Hello, Pixels. Welcome on in. Hope we're having a good day. Oh, my nose are just... Oh, my face are just... Alright, I'm okay. This water's weird. Ooh, what's this? Elemental Apprentice robe? Oh, cool. It's so strange. Your screen has been open the whole time, but it was on the starting soon screen still? Huh. Oh, what is this? What is this? Open the door. Close that. Strange browser. Oh, maybe it's because it like pauses it. Like it technically doesn't keep it running in the background. It like pauses it technically. Oh, son of a bitch. That's what I think at least. So I think technically, even though it's open, it's like if you put it on in the background, it's not technically like active. Nope. Try again. What is this? I don't know what this is. Really, because I wasn't there when it went live? Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, guys. Woo, 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 woo! You got a little close there, bud. Get out. You get out. Yeah, thank you. Okay, well. It's fine. I want to smelt gold. I need that. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted to put in there. Okay. Thing. Okay. Damn. Damn. One more chance. It should say 3, right? It says you have 3 chances, right? I don't know if anybody's been redeeming the 3. I'll take my headband off. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't be surprised if it got reset. Because apparently Twitch, like, today has reset Twitch partner requirements. So it's technically easier now, but has reset everyone's progress that has applied to it already. So not a big change for us, but a big change for others. So I wouldn't be surprised if they reset other things as well with this change. So I just gotta be wary on it. Wait, what did they change? They changed the requirements to get Twitch partner. So instead of like averaging, I think like, hold on, let me look at it. Look at it. It's I was looking it up earlier. Oh, I didn't post this. Shoot. Posting on TikTok and post on here. Okay. It's like, yeah, it's before it was like 75 average for a few months. It's, I think 65 now. Twitch partner requirements. Liar, liar, liar. Is it Twitch support? Oh, is it 75? Oh no, it's still 75. It's just different. Like stream, I don't know what it was before. The part average 75 years, streaming 12 different days. Stream 6 unique days. Yeah, so it's like average 75 viewers, stream for 25 hours, stream 12 days. So it's a smaller window with a minimum number of streams, yeah. So it's like different. But everyone that applied with the old requirements no longer get, they have to like start over, which sucks. Oh, oops. Can't see, it's so dark. I want more loot. Hello. Whoa, you are fast. They have that much health though. None of that. Ow! Fucking damn it. Oh well, it's at least it's easy for us to get back. This one, and then we have some blocks. Okay. So it'll be a very slow dungeon. The dungeon nonetheless. What is this? What is this? Was this the hall that I came in from? Like the other part of it? Yeah, it is. What's this? I don't know what that did. There's a bow in here, but I think it got sucked up. Excuse me? Let me get this loot. Oh, there's another switch. I don't know what these switches do. All this water in this kind of sucks. Like, why is there so much water? Oh, zombie. Oh, he has strength 3. Get away from me. Okay. Oh, right, because there's a spawner over here. That was a little spooky. Why do they all have strength 3? Oh, away. Go away. Ah! Oh! Fucking rude ass motherfucker. Wish I had a lantern. So actually looking, I said this I think earlier, but I was looking at making my own Minecraft mod pack again. Or a new one. New version of it at least. Oh, that's why they're so... Ah! Okay. And there's like a mod that makes it so that way you can have an inventory slot specifically for a lantern. And I like that. I like that because like I don't necessarily want night vision per se. I just kind of want to be able to see a little bit better. God, this water is gonna drive me nuts. I don't know if that did anything. Just gonna want to have. I know, and I don't know why, because it's not like I get that I don't have great armor, but I don't think I was that bad. I think the water's just part of it. I feel like the water's just... You have yeeted me. Oh my god! Dude, that's a 25 hit. That's a 25 hit. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Bruh. Bruh. Guys, I just want to go make my Minecraft mod pack. No, we must do this for the children even though we raised all the monies. We gotta do this for the children. What's in here? Is there something in here? What the fuck is that? Why does that be doing that? Anything the other way? I don't know. I don't even know. It's like lightning rods in here. Just gonna... Oh. Another one? I hear spiders dying. I'm gonna take all these. Put those in my backpack. Take all this sand. Ooh, Taylor's catching up. 5 out of 8 now. How much AP you have? I have 27. Maincraft. That's what I'm saying. I did name the new mod pack Maincraft. Dude, imagine I start hosting a Minecraft server like a Tarkov fucking thing where like we have wipes every 6 months. Check Twitter. Check Twitter. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me hold on. Something's happening on the outside. I don't... Oh. No! Okay. What am I checking Twitter for? Dude, Drunk sees this shit so fast. He commented on the Twitter, the TikTok post so quickly. What am I checking on Twitter? Oh my god, bro. That shit hurts. Maybe I should put on this robe. Nope, this has way better. What the fuck? Just getting curb stomped, I guess. Oh, it lights the place up. That's nice. Nope. Oh, I game lag for a second. Give blocks of coal. Fuck yeah, baby. Yeah, you go check it out, Momo. I feel like I keep hearing like creepers or spiders. I don't really know. Yeah. I can go back in here. I'm just gonna go back in there. Wow, loot up in this bitch. Oh, diamonds. I wonder if this is like the core area. Like I found like the center or something. Oh, this coal. Oh my god, yes please. I love coal. Coal is my favorite resource in Minecraft is coal. Oh, that was a bad idea. Get away from me! Ah! Retreat. Retreat. Oh, fuck. Dude, what am I supposed to do against those guys? Am I like, I feel like I'm missing something. What am I supposed to be doing? Backpacks. Loot and explore. How do I do this one? I can't do it yet. Okay. Alright, what about simply swords? Let's look at simply swords. Okay. Simply swords an optional quest. The rune-like tally is an essential part of this mod. It is used to make some weapons and to upgrade items. You will need them to craft unique weapons that can be found in chests. How the fuck am I supposed to find all these? These are cool, though. I'm just supposed to keep going into, like, dungeons and stuff. I'll go around and lose control. I slow down, yeah, you know. Love to get high on my lows. Gonna dump all this shit. Gonna keep this on me, though. No, I love to get high on my lows. Fuck around and lose control. God damn it, I filled up my inventory. Well, I got the iron I wanted, I guess. We'll keep this on me. We'll take this book back. It's running down my spine. Guide to crafting generator. Weapon variants. I want to make... I want to make a... I want to make a great chakram. Oh shit. A gold chakram does 3 and slows. An iron chakram. We can make a diamond chakram. Let's make a diamond chakram. A runic chakram, huh? We need a stick, iron ingots, and diamonds. Stick. Oop. Iron ingots and diamonds. Yes, I've made the thing. So let's do more damage. 6, 7. But it adds slow, so maybe it'll be better. All I wanted was you. Alright. Okay, made a chakram. Now what? Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Alright, well, I made a chakram. Hopefully it'll help. Because it's more of a distance, you know? I'll get more distance out of it. Let's go this way. I went this way last time and I wasn't done. There's still loot to be had. I think. Oh. Okay. Oh, that closes it. I wanted it to stay open. What the fuck? Where the fuck am I, bro? What the fuck is happening? It's like a mega structure, but at the same time, it's kind of like multiple. Can I move this trash? What? I can't. Cool. It's like two. It kind of feels like two different structures. Hey, hey. Oh, it's a left click. It's a left click. Isn't the sword right click? Okay, well, now I'm confused. Slow down. Okay, it's a left click. I'm so confused. Okay. That's down. Okay, well, there's a lot of iron here. I don't know if I should mine all this iron. I'm just gonna get the like, more blocks from it. I will get that coal, though. You know what, brother? I will get that coal, though. Thank you very much. Let's get this out of here. Back for the good times. Roses and mines. I'm not gonna be there. Oh, 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 oh. Get away, get away, get away, get away. Ow, fuck. Oh, my armor's almost broken. I hope I can find more armor. Oh, stick to... Ah! Oh, the range of this is dog ass! Dog ass! Oh my god. Oh, this is so bum cheeks. Oh my god, what is the range on this? Ow! How the fuck did I get up on this? What is happening in here? Where am I? I don't know. I feel like I want to go this way. Let's go this way. Stay away. Oh, this is like a tank facility. Like, there's tanks in here. What the fuck did I stumble upon? I'll stay here until I die. You guys could just die a bit faster and give me the armor that you have, because apparently it's really fucking good. The spider is spinning. Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought it was okay. I might be a little too bad at this. I'm kidding. But, this is a little hard. Maybe I'll just make myself a full set. I need pants. And a helmet. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Snoop Dogg. I can't wear you now. Wait, can I make an item frame for that? Put that right there, and then put him there. Yep. Now I got Snoop Dogg in my Minecraft. Let's go! Every time we die, we can look at this. Wait, hold on. Wait, can I have another idea. Do this. And then this. And then I think no, it won't work like that. Okay. Oops. Ooh, I have this horse block, you know. and then this, and then this. Now when we spawn, we'll be face to face with Snoop Dogg. All right. Now I look forward to death. Death no longer is a trial by fire. Death is a trial by Snoop Dogg. All right, here we go again. I think we went this way. Yeah, no, we went to the right. Oh, Oh, hello. I cannot see you. I don't know for why I cannot see you, but I can. It's very dark in here. Honestly, I like the spooky horror packs, I do, but also it's like hard as fuck to see. So I might just change back to this one. Okay, this made it harder to see. Can I not reset this one? Share pack settings for reset. Yeah, I can see a bit better now. Get. Ow. Oh, perfect! Perfect. We do stare straight at Snoop Dogg. Wow, this is very vibrant. This is a lot. This is, wow, I can see so many things that I feel like I just couldn't, I didn't process before, guys. This is actually very nice. I like this. We're keeping this. I know the other one's a bit more thematic, but I can see with this one. Why is this place so wet? Actually, let's go up here. Ooh, being in water is pretty. Why would someone flood a facility like this? Whoa, carefree melody. Ooh. Oh shit, there's like stuff in this. Oh. Sizable shrimp. Cool. Ooh, I have a music disc. I got a spear as well. What is this? What place would have like so many tanks? I don't understand. I don't understand, chat. No soul panel. Whoa. Like this, look at this. This place is huge. What the fuck is this? Why is everything so wet? Oh. I don't understand very many things. Like why the fuck this place is so flooded. Okay, I might just block this off for now. Do I have any blocks? Not really. Okay, never mind then. Your stuff this way. Ugh. All of it's in water. Yeah, like, well, there's tanks. It looks like you can go in the tanks. Yeah, go in a tank. Okay, I don't know what to do with. I don't know what to do with this item. Get away from me, please. It's like loot. Just loot. I got on the tank. Kind of. How do I get on the tank, though? I want to get on the tank. reason why I mean, I might not be allowed on these things? Oh, it's like a singular. Oh. It's like there's Hey guys. Ow. This feels like it's doing like an overarch. I feel like I should have gotten a different weapon, you know? Like maybe I should have done like the great sword or something. Look how close I have to deal with these assholes anyway. Holy fuck, what am I supposed to do here? Is this supposed to be like an army base that like got like fucked over and now there's just a bunch of zombies in it? There's a creeper. I cannot go down now, there's literal creepers. Ow. Hey Snoop Dogg. I wanna get that loot if there's any loot. Then I'm gonna make a greatsword and then we're fucking off. This shit hard. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at Minecraft or mad at harder versions of Minecraft, but like this shit kind of bunk. This shit's a little bunk. Is it smooth stone? The tanks are cool though. Oh, it's a glow squid. I was like, what the fuck is that thing glowing? Like, I can make, like, some diamond armor, but it's kind of like, I don't understand. Thought there was more lore to this. Oh my god, this goes outside! Oh, let's go outside. Damn, you really did find the prepper's bunker. I think that's what this is, yeah. And it's like fucking close ass to home, too, which is fucking wild. Oh, this is the oh yeah, no, this is the starting island. Yeah, no, this is this is the Doomsday bunker that that Shems killed us in the first time. And I was like, okay, never mind. Maybe we won't go in there because Shems killed us. No, yeah, I remember now. Piggy! Hello, Mr. Piggy. Alright, well, I guess I'll go check this house out. Maybe some loot in this house. And maybe it won't be as fucking deadly as a fucking Doomsday's Prepper's bunker. If I hit this, does it light up? I guess not. That's a nice painting. Maybe we should have lived here. Loot. Oh wow, this would have been nice on day one. Sort. What was this? Werewolf Fest? Many warriors wear the heads of werewolves to battle into their hearts and their enemies. Okay, I guess I'm wearing that now. There's a bed here. Well, maybe I should have. Maybe I should have stayed here. An attic. Loot. I'm like getting so much stuff for no reason, seemingly. Ooh. There's hay and watermelons in here. I think that's cool. Well, I got a lot of loot. It's an outhouse. Oh my god, it's an outhouse. That's cool. Alright, time to go home. Oh, look at all my deaths. Oh, fuck. Just gonna... Oh! Thank you for the wellness check. I guess that's an express way to go home. That's a charm? Can I wear it? I have a grub song charm. I have 2 of them now. Or 3 of them, actually. Guys, would you care if I took a break to look at my Minecraft, my personal Minecraft ideas? I don't think it really matters. It's all Minecraft in the end. It's raining. That's nice. Boop. Thank you for the boot. It's actually quite nice. Actually, it's nice, but I kind of don't like the color. Like, it's like white instead of blue. So it makes me think that it's errors less so than rain. Oh. Cool. I need more chests. Kiss me already and tell us Star, did you see our new emote? That dancing emote is awesome, but look at this one. That one's pretty cool too, huh? I'm sorry, I just really like that emote. I'm so happy that we got it. Yeah, we have that one, we have that one, and then we have this one. Womble sent it to us this morning. Isn't it nice? Shit. I don't know what to put in this chest. Oh, this could be the new... Well... I'd rather put that over there. Isn't it nice? I like it. Because I was talking to Womble about, like, what dance emote we'd get. And, like, I do like the... I think it's called the Womble Shuffle. Is it the Womble Shuffle? Oh, do I not have it? Might not have a shub. But yeah, it's like the Womble Shuffle. And I like that one a lot. But it's, like, a lot of frames. So, like, I felt bad having him do so much... Like, so many frames, especially because we have so many small details. But I really like the vibe of that one. Like, that one, like... That's like, yeah, that's like how I dance. That's how I dance, like, IRL. So I thought it might be more appropriate. This is a little guy. Think of a head patch. I might take a break to do a little work thing, to be honest. It's eating at the back of my mind, too. So I think I'm going to do that. Dancing ones are the best. They are. They are. They're just a vibe. They're just a little vibe. I feel bad. Taylor said to look at Twitter, and I don't know if I've missed something. Your face again. Alright, we're gonna do some work stuff just because, like, I feel bad if I don't get this done sooner, just so I can get feedback on it. Underwater, driving with my darling, faster than I should. Should I just disconnect for now? Yeah, we'll take a break. So I'll disconnect for now. Is under load again. The danger isn't far. Oh my god, it's like so much brighter than Minecraft. You think I'm a fool trying to breathe underwater, driving with my darling, faster than... I'm so excited to do these. I'm so excited. Darling, forever if we could. I need to open the other enshrine. It's like in the press kit. I need to open the other press kit. But I think... Oh, okay. The press kit was... Did I do it in here or did I do it in Publisher? I think I did it in Publisher. So I should do it again in Publisher. Yeah. And then I'm gonna look up press kits. Examples. I think the final was in Publisher. Yeah, I think you're right. I want to look at like maybe I should look up TTR if I can type nope. TTRPG RPG press kit. Faster than I should. Ooh, this one looks cool. This is like a website though, the press kit, the fish. Welcome to the fish. Fact sheet, tabletop RPG, developer. I need to go to the restroom. This isn't exactly what I was looking for, but it's good to see that, like, examples at the very... God damn, I like this art! This is actually way so pretty. Wait, what is this, actually? Is this just a TTRPG game? Like a, just... Yeah, like a... Okay. Oh, God, I like the art, though. Yo, that's just sick as fuck. Ooh. Like, this is cool. Whoa. Comic book tutorial adventure? What? Yo, this is sick. Yo. Oh, hi, Kiwi. You came just in time for us taking a break from Minecraft for a little bit. Because there's a work thing I would like to do. Dude, this is cool. That's cool as fuck. Okay, let's go to all. Making a press kit. Indie game press kit template. What is this? Even Asterion is there? What do you mean Asterion is there? Where is he? Where is he? Is he at the top? Where is he? Where? What you doing? She's upset for some reason. She's being a butt. Press kit, Arc and Forge, tabletop. What's this one? Okay, so a lot of these seem to be like... Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think vertical is gonna be the way to go. Because it looks like a lot of them do like... Ooh, this is Daggerheart. Yeah, a lot of them do it in the style of like, this is our website. All white hair boys are Asterion or Percy. I finished dinner. I'm all settled. Welcome on in. Does Daggerheart press kit? I'm just curious. Join the Daggerheart playtest right now. This guy, it's a hell that... God damn, the art's cool. Okay, I gotta be right back. I gotta use the restroom, and then we're gonna do this, okay? Just for a little bit, and then baby, if it's okay, I'm going to play around with making a new Minecraft mod pack because I started on it last night, and I went through Modrinth, and I tried to do fabric, but it was kind of stupid and I didn't like it. So I went back to Forge 1.20.1 and I made a new one, but it has 663 mods and I don't know how. How much does the one we have now have? Yeah, it has like 200 more mods, so I would like to figure that out. But I will be right back. What does furry K-pop mean? Is that the song that you played earlier? Because that was a good song. I'm back. I'm back. Hello. Wow. I gotta find the press kit now. See me. Okay, so no, it's fine. Okay. Let me go. Look at the stuff. Did you like the bathroom? I did. It was very nice. Oh, what the fuck is this? I don't know. Oh, it's like a video. The link. Okay. Session 1 framework. What is enshrined? Oh god, this is cool. Oh my god, this is cool. Oh my god, this is cool. I haven't seen this before. This is cool. But he wanted... Okay, well, let's just start with this. Framework, what is enshrined? We're going to start with a vertical. We're going to go new. And we're going to make it... this way. And we're going to do letter. And we're going to do this. And then we're going to take from the master page. And we're going to do this. Well, first let's do the background first. So I think this paper texture is like very us. So we will keep that. Let's see. Thanks a Wade. Waffle waffle. What, huh? Sorry, I wasn't looking. What? What happened? Why am I being thanked? Why? Like that. I think that looks good. And then the logo. Let me look at this. Fact sheet. Okay, I think... I don't know if I want to put this at the top or the bottom. Because I think this should be on all pages, but I don't know if it's like a, it should be on all pages and legible kind of thing. Hey, Elena, you are doing a great job. You deserve all the head pat. What's happening? Why you guys been... Thank you, that means a lot, Canadian. What's happening? What? We winning on Fortnite, bro? Fuck yeah. I hope you're having fun on Fortnite. Thank you for letting me know. Is there a lane? Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the head pats. Means a lot. I'm just doing my best out here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Means a lot to me. Aww. That's appreciate it though. I'm glad you guys like it here. I try my best to make y'all happy and comfortable. I want this to be a nice space for all of us. And if anything ever bugs any of you with any of the conversation topics, you are uncomfortable with anything, please feel free to let me know because I love you guys. I want everyone to be happy here because I love it here. And I wouldn't want any other. Yeah, woo, it's late. All late. Yeah, woo, it's Ghost. It's Ghost. This is when I get to see. Stop. You're making me blush. Stop it. Thank you. It means a lot to me. I hope you guys enjoy it here. Let's see. Alrighty. Press K for the Legends in the Mist. Thank you for the head pat. Where's the big sloppy wet kiss redeem here? Mwah, mwah, mwah. I don't do sloppy kisses because I get scared that I drool. I feel like I'd be like a what are they called? The Beethoven dogs? I always call them the Beethoven dogs. A Saint Bernard. The drool adds to a baby girl. Oh shit, let's go. Good to know. Alrighty. I feel so special. I don't know. I feel very appreciated. Thank you guys. It was very sudden and random. Want to know how many Saint Bernards I had growing up? You had more than one? Yes. Of course I want to know. Oh, by the way, Skate the Dragon has a big update. We should play it one day for stream. We could do that. How long was that game? Ask me if she wants to do it for, we could do that instead of Outlast Trials on Wednesday if you want. 6? Holy shit! How'd you have so many? What the fuck? How'd you have so many? Thank you for the help, Pat. You are special. Thank you. I try. I'm not gonna make that joke. I was like, I would tell them. But no, thank you. It means a lot. You deserve it. You deserve to feel special. Everyone does. It may seem random, but you deserve it. I just appreciate it. It reminds me of when I told my friend Body the other day because I was like feeling kind of glum. And I was like, hey, man, I just want to say, like, I appreciate you for being my friend. And he was like, what the fuck? You're so random. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I just wanted to appreciate you, you fucking dingbat. And he's like, oh. But thank you, guys. It means a lot. We had 4 at once, but we slowly got them from when I was 8 till 16. Wednesday Outlast. Okay, Wednesday Outlast. Okay, no problem. That's fine. Because new stuff? Yeah, no. Oh, I didn't know Outlast also had new stuff. Yeah, no, I'm down. Sounds good. Sounds good. Damn. Do you remember all their names? Do you remember all of their names by any chance, Kiwi? Kisses you, slobs. Whatever. Bye bye, baby girl. Goodbye. Goodbye. Have fun. Okay, this will be my error. This will be the error. I should do this on the first page. We can do Skate the Dragon soon though. Yeah, sounds good. Whenever you want me, my Wednesdays, I give you priority. And then if we don't do stuff on Wednesdays, I'll just figure something out. If you're busy. Or if you were kidnapped by some other people. Bruce, Ethel, Duke, Gwen, and we fostered Monica and Charlie. Damn, that's cool as fuck. Do you like them, or are you kind of like... But, like, real talk, though, do you like having St. Bernards, or is it kind of a thing where you're like, I hope to not have a St. Bernard ever again in my life kind of thing? Because you've had so many. Because I could understand either. Gwen was my sister, and I got her for my birthday. Oh, so sweet. It's very cute. Oh, this is the Young Gravy one. Oh. I like this to be like a 12. Well, a 13's fine. They call it Wednesday. Well, Wednesday, because it's for a wife. So true. So smart. My chat's so smart. I love you guys. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm blushing all over. I have a name for my future puppy already. Mischief. If it's a girl puppy, it's Missy, and if it's a boy, it's Chief. And when they are when they are in trouble, oh, I love it. I love it. That's actually really smart. Especially like, what if you got twinsies, or like if they're like a bonded like pair because they're siblings? That'd be pretty cool. I like all dogs, but they were a lot of work with hair, slobber, and food, and they need a lot of space. That's understandable. What if, Kiwi, would you still like me if I was a Saint Bernard VTuber? I feel like I could be a Saint Bernard VTuber. Dude, there's gotta be a Saint Bernard VTuber. Saint Bernard VTuber. What do you mean there isn't? That one's like cute, but that's not like not what I'm thinking. There's someone with a Mischief, very much a handful. That's cute. What do you mean there's not like a, yeah, like kind of like this? Kind of like this, I think, is what I'm thinking. That's actually really cute. I actually really like St. Bernards because of the movie Beethoven. I know they are slobbery though. Why aren't there more St. Bernard VTubers? Dude, St. Bernard VTubers would be the shit. That's not a St. Bernard. What the fuck? I'm a big dog. Don't need one. I'm a big dog. Bark, 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 bark. I think I've seen one on TikTok. We need more. There's not enough. What font do they use? They use a very legible font. So do we want to do it? Because I kind of want to do a more basic text than what we've been doing, because I feel like it would just be better for a press kit. Best press kit fonts. I want a Burmese mountain dog for my dream puppers. I love mountain dogs, dude. They're so big, but I could never have one personally because I'm too small. I'm too small. That shit would like destroy my life. Helvecta. Helvecta is used in a lot. We could use Helvecta. Do we have Helvecta? We have Helvetis. We don't have Helvecta. Helvecta. Font. A million times. What do I have to buy it? Please don't tell me I have to buy it. Menus. Is this like a demo version? No, it's not. Yes. Being small and in style. Dude, I wanna, and I kinda wanna be a St. Bernard VTuber. Oops, I did this bad. I just needed a right click install. Install. I know a cow streamer has a big dog and she's still alive. Okay, fair. Bro, what's up? What's up, Nox? Hi. Welcome on in. Hi. Actually, I have a question for myself that I am very curious on. How's the week been so far, gamer? Good, very good. Got to get lunch with some family today. It was very nice. We surpassed our original goal of $100 for Gamers Outreach yesterday. So like, holy fuck. So I upped it just in case. But no, it's going well. I hope you're having a great week as well. You deserve it. You deserve a lovely, lovely week. Okay, it is. Also, I thought I added the PFP for trailer. Maybe it didn't go through. PFP Chailer 182. Okay, hopefully that fixes it. Hello, Shams! Based, and it's a fun Monster Hunter week. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been on that Mondo Hunter grind. This is too bold. It's too thin. I don't like this font. I have scars on my elbows and knees from when Bruce took me for a walk. When we first got him, he calmed down after that, and the dogs would play with our pig. What do you mean you had a piggy? What was the piggy's name? What was the piggy's name? Toby. What was the piggy's name? How about the new? I do like that one. Let me see if I can find some pigs to put in the fridge. Yes. I love piggies. I had 2, Potbelly and Teacup. I love it. So cute. I don't like this font either. None of these fonts really read professional to me in the way that I want. I don't like this. Dorothy and Otis. Then we had Bulldogs and the Pug. Damn, how'd you get to have so many pets? I've only had like 3 pets. And they weren't even mine. Really, I've only had 1. It's Moira. Like, my family had dogs, sure, but like they weren't really mine. I wanted a chicken when I was younger. I wanted a chicken. My mom liked animals. That's valid. I don't like that one. I want a font that like accents the one we have well, but I feel like we don't have one. Too plain. This is not the worst. Ooh, fuck. What is the one? I want to see if I can remember it. I'm using all my brain power to try to remember the name of a font. It's not Bookmania. My boy, no! It's not Bookmania. Shit. I know I have it downloaded because I have it in our D&D scene. When my wife and I got our own place, she wants a tsunami of pugs because they're her favorite. She couldn't have pets. It's not Bookmania. Are you guys gonna get the long snouted pugs, or are you gonna get the typical pugs? Or has some kind of accent? It's true. It's true. I have a goober accent. Where is? Did it add it? It did. Okay, I'm happy. Where is it? It's not this one. God damn it, what is it? Might be a little thick though, but I think that's okay because I could lighten it. I know, I feel like no, it's Modesto. It's Modesto condensed. This is the typical D&D font. And I think this one would look nice. And I think this should be full black. I can't tell if I like this. Oh, and my great grandma had an all black one named Buster. Oh, the typical ones. I have a coworker who wants to breed his girl pug. Quote. I hope you get a cute little baby. What is enshrined over here? Should I make this all black as well? It stands out, but I don't want it to be on the same level. to make this a little bit bigger. I just feel like I don't like the color of the font, but I don't think white would fix that. White would fix it, actually, oddly enough. But white is kind of meh on the eyes, I feel. We could do like a gray, maybe? Maybe not. I think I'll maybe mess with coloring after I get all the text in here. Section 2. D&D has a lot of horror settings, but enshrined foregoes the Hollywood horror. Okay, so they have a fact sheet description. What's different about this one? What's different about this fantasy setting? Description instead of stats. Items. Okay. Then I think we need a what makes this different, like, question. As well, then. Because that's kind of what that is answering. Setting. And then we'd add in these words. And then we have like two little, we have this. You have this, which I want to center on the page. Nothing colder than your shoulder, and you give me a do like you do. And then section 3, use slides 4, 5, and 6. 2, 4. Key features, these ones. Yeah, the more I look at this, the more this is a weak-ass press kit. There's an 8, section 4. All art and shred is done by hand and always aimed. Won't you know what my love's gonna feel like? 7, 8. Okay. 4 and 5, huh? I think this is 4. Key features and trying to bring surrounding mechanics. The heart to give, baby. I wanna give you the world. And then this one is also gonna be a centered one. Key features. Oh, baby, trust me. Okay, there we go. You can feel like the side. Guess I'd center it. I'd put it on the middle. My seat is uncomfy. My poor butthole. Need a blanket. Oh, my love's gonna feel like. I wonder if I could look up like TTRPG press kit PDF. TTRPG press kit PDF. Heartleaf Games. So I'm presuming they're gonna have a. Whew. It's okay. All right. Well, we'll take it regardless. What about this one? Wormworks Publishing and Renegade Performance Group. We'll take those ones as well. Wishlist on Steam. Okay, so they started with a who is the team? Did you know that Burmese mountain dogs are one of the most popular breeds in Colorado? That makes sense. Honestly, that makes sense. I feel like it makes sense because I really like Burmese mountain dogs, and I feel like I saw a lot of them in Colorado. So, okay, this one's kind of outdated in my opinion. This is not what I'm looking for. Okay, so this one's the only PDF one that really is here. Okay. Okay, I was hoping to find more examples, but a lot of them are just websites. I like this art a lot. She looks very pretty. Wearing nothing but your perfume. Okay, so they started. Okay. I used to have a delivery route in Larkspur, and like every third house had at least one. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'd kiss every single one on the little head. Okay, so this is like, oh my, I do like they're bovine people. Wait, no, go back, they're bovine people. I'm intrigued. Bovine people. Ooh, they're pretty. They made them pretty. She's got you guys can't see it, but her hair's like my hair. It's fate. That's my mother. This is my mother. Mother. Ruin my life. I like the art of this a lot. That book at night, though. I do like that book. Let me look at this. Let me look at their Kickstarter. Interesting. Oh. Vulpins, bovines, and canines. I like that they like kind of rhymed. It's actually kind of cool. Was this cool? Did I tell you about the cow lady I had for my cultivate? I don't think you did. Tell me any way I want to know. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of take this as a base. So we need the word press kit on here. The game. And then maybe I should just keep key features on the left. Message beat. I don't gotta sleep. No. Windmill for the land. Okay. She was a custom character for my sister-in-law, and she's a leader of a tribe of animal people in book 2. That's cool. I like bovine people because they're my people. Forever you and me. Windmill for the land. It's everybody in. Hold on, I want that. I want that marker. Oh, black ass cracks. On the track. Okay, I'm gonna take this. And this. This. Ow, 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 ow. My brain cell, it is gone. Key features. Key features they did. Modesto. Let me look at the... Gonna go back. Good night. Good night, Shabby. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the book. The Modesto font. I want all of them. Is this all of it? Modesto, Modesto, Modesto. Modesto condensed is the one I want. Modesto condensed light. This is the one I want. Oh, for the land of forever, hand in hand. Fonts. Her name is Chief Moo Moo. Aww, that's cute. That is very cute. I like that a lot. Modesto condensed light. I do like light more. Light does look nicer. Don't stop, get it, get it. Ah ha 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 ha. Don't stop, get it, get it. I don't know how I want to. Maybe like a "you'll enjoy us if." Maybe I could make that for. Yeah, I think we'll just keep it like that for now. It should be like this. And then I want a section down here that's like contact us. I think I do that in all the other ones. Where are they? Do that in here. Yeah, contact us. My name. Contact us. My name. I ask again. And then contact us can be in the use this one. Yeah. And then make it a little bit bigger. So that way it's more direct. And then this one. I don't know if I want to do it in Quill or if I want to do it in... I love this font so much for Enshrined. I don't know why. I think it's because it's very Elden Ringy and it puts Elden Ring in your mind, which is kind of similar, I guess, in a way. I just like that grim dark, maybe it's not better if you know kind of situation, I think, is why I like it so much. I don't know if I like this color. I want to change the color. There you go. And then let's do it. Maybe it's not as in your face. Okay. There you go. I feel like that's still a bit big, but I'll keep it there for now. Save. Go back here. We're gonna remove this one. Four, 5, 6, 4. We have that one, and then 5. I kind of want to use. Let me see. Violence, pornography. Nah, they probably want me to use these images. Okay, let me see if I can fit them. Violent pornography. Oh, Mr. Crispy. Come here, Mr. Crispy. Make you a bit smaller. Make sure you're all good. I'm gonna take you. I'm going to put you here. And then take you. And not fuck it up. Violent pornography. This was here. This one like this. No, I don't like that either. Wait. Wait. Ooga waga. Ooga waga wah wah. Boo. A better picture, I think, for this. This guy that drink. The guy that the drink, he like more like Mr. Crispy. Is more similar. Maybe not as refined, sure, as Mr. Crispy, but I think that's okay because then like look, like kind of like matchy style, you know? And then this one can go here. And then like it's kind of like, oh my god, they go together. I am so smart, chat. I think I am kind of smart. I think I am a little smarty pants. Maybe like go like this. Yes, this one go here. This one scoot down, this one go here. They they go like this. And then they go here like this. And then this will go across but come down more. And then we can make like little separate section to be like, oh look, this different section. Yes. Oops, fuck. Yes. And then now Mr. Crispy and this guy is similar, you know? Yes. I think I have idea. I think Elaine is thinking really good actually. And then can bring in like this, and we can write, what was it? What's this one? Alchemy and crafting? Yes. Alchemy and crafting. And then we can go a bonk. And then like this, right? And fuck. And then I make it so that they aren't so spaced apart, like this. And then bam, right? Like right in the middle. Right in the we'll work on it, right? And then we can do like, god damn it, we can do like bloop, bloop, bloop. Window. Why don't I have brushes window? Why not have brushes window? I want a brushes window. Well, that is kind of stinky poo-poo. How am I supposed to do an arrow without an arrow? Do we have arrows in other places in here? No. Oh, wait, better idea. Oh, shit, where did I put it? It is Kickstarter press kit. Or can just take it from here? Can take it from here. Or no, I think take it from somewhere in here. This one. And then we take this one. And then we take this. And then we take this. And then we crop him. Just like this. Like this. Oop. Like this. And then we make him smaller. Yeah, was got in the fridge. Let's go. Let's get him out. Oh my god. Hold on. Can we just talk about Star's work? Holy shit. This is their screen printed and this is the thing they referenced. Holy shit, that looks amazing. I honestly like this more. I love the blues. I like that there's more blues in this one. Makes the pinks pop better. That's cool. That's sick as fuck. Hold on. Excite. Look at the puppies. Oh, there's so many puppies. I'm gonna just go with Discord. Oh, look at all the babe. Boy, the piggies. The piggies. I love the piggies. Oh, the babies. Oh, look at the piggies again. Where the piggies? The original is a mixed medium piece I made a few years. You made that too? Oh, that's so cool. Star, you're so cool. Star, are you the reincarnation of Picasso? I'm gonna be honest, if you don't like Picasso, that's valid. That's just the first one that came into my head when I was thinking of famous artists. Floofy tail, floofy tail. Hello, Daedalus. I like this. But I feel it's a bit off. Just give me alchemy and crafting. Mistakes. Oh. I'm convinced Duke was part Mastiff. That's understandable. Which one's Duke? Is there a picture of Duke in there? Well, no way, but you're so creative. But you're so creative. I don't know. It kind of seems like it. I don't know. Kind of feels like you could be. I like this color. I do like that color a lot. Hi, taking a click from class for my audiobook for class. Hello. How you doing, Vexed? Sorry, I went quiet because my brain is checking this to see if I like it still. I think I do. I think I do, actually. I think this and this, these should go bottom, so Mr. Crispy can be bigger. Yeah, so Mr. Crispy can be bigger. Good. It's a pretty good book so far. What book are you reading? Or listening to, I guess. That's not the same. I'm playing Zomboid while listening. Fuck yeah. What day are you on? He's the fluffiest one. Oh my god, wait, there were more pictures that I didn't click on. Look at the piggy! Look at the piggy, leave with the puppy. I love the little piggy, the doggy, so cute. Piggy! Piggy! Little piggy. Pretty little piggy. It's Never Let Go by Kazuo. Oh, what's it about? That sounds cool. That sounds cool. Oh, I forgot to put... Okay, hold on. I forgot to put... No, this is... That's what this is. Very good as background music for homework, Elaine, and Cute Piggy. Cute Piggy! And I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoy it, because I enjoy it quite a bit as well. The reason I traded my life, running from the running, I cannot hide. I'm in for the favor that he knows that I owe. Yeah. Toronto is a city of gold, and I'm all deepest if you don't tell us so. Oh, day 21! Damn, it's about organ donation clones growing up. Interesting. The little one, Otis, was Otis. I picked the name because of Milo and Otis since I wasn't allowed to rename the pug. It's very cute. I like it. It's very cute. I'm at the fucking devil now. He's what also. I'm the man got no price to pay at a time. He's up my life. He wants me dead or alive. Watching me in a city of lies. Running mirror sitting up high on the wall. Save me from the trouble that's holding my soul. I'm in for the favor that he knows that I owe. Oh, yeah. Toronto is a city of gold, and I'll mail you all the secrets if you don't tell us so. Yeah, Toronto is a city of gold, and I really need to set up a generator because I wanted a 1-2 base in the new. I really need to set up a generator because I wanted to base in the new basements. New basements? Are there new basements in the game? New basements? So quest needs to go on top. Oh. The pug was Dexter, the serial killer. The bulldogs were Eleanor and Sheldon, and the rat terrier was Josie. God damn, bro. It feels like I'm like listening to like the cast of a TV show. Like in a fun way, you know? Yeah, in B42 they added a basement and animals. Cool. I didn't know that. That's cool. I think contact us needs to be per page. Or bad. I've yet to try out farm animals, but I've hunted a few deers and rabbits. Yeah, they could have had their own dogs. They really could have. There's enough of them. I really do think this is too big. Boop. Oops. This one. Kickstarter will no longer say pre-launch. I need you to hold me, 'cause I'm getting cold, and it's getting... I think you missed the message I put in chat about Bruce being a model. He was a model?! Clearly, I've missed that message. One of the more important messages that I shouldn't have missed. He was a model? Bro, that's crazy. What the fuck? What are you, Kiwi? What are you? Who are you? Why do you have such a cool life? Okay, and now I'm bringing this section down. I'd like this to extend out of the page. Need you to hold me, 'cause it's getting cold and it's getting stormy. Lights are alone on it, darling. He was in a local ad for a realtor where they photoshopped him dragging a house, but that's so cute. I was in an ad once. Did you guys know that? I was in an ad once when I was a wee little... Oh, the music is like overpowering. I just looked at the OBS audio. I was in an ad once. When I was a little baby, my parents tried to own a restaurant, a buffet. And it was Elaine's World Buffet. It was Poggin. And at the very end, there was like a baby's laugh to be like, you know, come one and all, bring your friends and family. And they used my laugh because I was their baby. I was the little baby laugh. It's not really as cool, but like, I think it's cool. I'll be honest, it didn't really work out the way they wanted it to, but, you know, it was still cool. It was still a cool thing that they did, they tried to do for a while. My parents are cool as fuck. They're right. They tried. And my dad wanted it more than anything else, so they tried, but yeah, it was me. It was my voice. I was the cool guy. Isn't that crazy? Week, I was in the news. God damn it. Local paper, the local newspaper, it was for a school field day because the suburbs were super bored. Damn. But did you know that St. Bernards can jump 6 foot? All right, listen. Listen, I get it. St. Bernards are a lot cooler than I am. But I had something to share with the class at least. Wanted to be part of the conversation in my own chat. Is that so wrong? Control, air control. Okay, and then this. The game, the Kickstarter. kind of want to use this as an example of what we have so far. I kind of want to put this effect on these guys, though. Not on all of them, on the images, Elaine. Elaine, did you ever go to the fountain parade? Maybe once? Maybe once? We didn't do a lot of, like, stuff. Like, I went to Pioneer Days a lot with my grandpa, but that was kind of like it. I had to see a St. Bernard drink a Diet Coke and play video games, though. That's right. It can't. I'm better. Wow! Wow, Vex. What if I'm a St. Bernard? Can I be brown? Wait. This is going to be a really stupid thing that I'm going to take way too long to do. I was in it every year of high school. Damn, that's cool. I almost put this in my Discord. This is also the wrong channel. Muffin Dad. 4D at Z. Here is draft of first page. I was referencing this and this. I don't want to store. I know it's not for sure. I'm not really referencing this. I will get to that. I can close this. No, but Airbud can. Airbud can for sure. Oh wait, I want to see if I can be a Saint Bernard. This is gonna be silly. Customize model. Customize multiply. Fuck! Fuck! That's just how I imagine how Vex is. Vex is like, fuck! Alright, let's take... What strand shall we take? Let's take my braid. It's the biggest piece of hair I have. My braid. My brand! Turn off. Bonk. That's the... I knew it! I knew it. I knew it. Oh, that's cool. I can have brown hair. That's actually kind of crazy. Alright, hold on. I'm going to become a Saint Bernard for a second. Okay. Hair base back. I'm going to be a Saint Bernard for Halloween. I feel like that's a lot less cool than a zombie, but... You know what? It is what it is. Hair back. Oh. Gotta get my big old head. Here it is. Do I look like I'm having brown hair? Does this like brown hair? Thank you for the song request. Let's just say I grew up in a lot of dog movies. Beethoven, Airbud, Milo, and Otis. Hell, I'll even mention Babe since I had pigs. Yeah, fuck yeah. I loved Babe. I love Babe. I did. And Beethoven. Babe and Beethoven were like my main animal movies. And I'm too fucking mean. Do I look like I'm becoming a Saint Bernard? We'll keep the white strips white, and then maybe... Is this... It's not visible. K's don't matter, because those are the... Those are like... joints. Base extra... St. Bernards have a black spot too. Shit. Space Buddies was a peak dog movie. I don't think I saw that one. Braid K. No, the K's don't matter. I keep forgetting. I always wonder if I could change the color of my hair. It would have been so much easier if I just did this in the texture, but I didn't. There's like a little piece back here. I can't remember. I think in VTube Studio they made a way to remember groups. So you can change the color of an entire group. Oh, but my ears would have to be down, right? The whole time? Oh. Because I'm a dog. St. Bernards don't have uppy ears. They have down ears. Do I look like a dog? Am I being dog color? It's like hard to tell. Is this dog color? Is this a Bernard color? I think I'm Bernardin. I think I'm kind of Bernardin. I think I'm kind of Bernardin. I think I'm kind of Bernardin. What is this? Oh. I think I'm kind of Bernardin. All right, do I look, let me put So Young down so I can see my braid. Oh, I have to press OK. Forgot. Oh. Am I like St. Bernardi now? I think it's like too dark. It's too dark, huh? And it's like too orange as well. Customized model. I feel like it's like too orange. Too orange. Hold on. Let me get a picture of like a St. Bernard on my St. Bernard images. I'm canonically also a St. Bernard VTuber now. That doesn't help. That does not help. Yeah, okay. Okay, that did not help. That's a bit better. That's a bit less orangey, I think. There's a base image of a St. Bernard, but they can all vary. Ethel looked like a Beethoven, but Duke had red-brown fur that looked like he had an aura in the sun. That's so cute, though. A braid tail. Yeah, I think that looks better. It's like very hard to tell, but I think that's better. Yeah, no, that's way better. It was too saturated. I saturated it too much, chat. I got too saturated in the Bernard. Oh. Ah, poop. I think we're getting there. I can't, it's like hard to tell. I need to be closer. I need to be closer to you. I don't think this one actually mattered. Oh, wait. There's a strand in there. Is it this? Oh, it is this. Oh. Wait. Is it this one? What part? What? Available? There you go. This is what Elaine's color scheme would look like if I had brown hair. Sorry, I really got focused on doing this for some reason. Based. almost done. This one. This one. Is that all of them? Oh, no, there's this one. And this one. Oh. Paste. I think that's all of it. BRB, I think my message on there's no problem. I think I'm brown now. Am brown? Am brown. Am brown now. And if I went back to... I turned it off. No, I clicked the wrong one. I'm gonna look this up. VTube Studio Remember Color Group. God, Donboy still hates giving sledgehammers. Do you like sledgehammers? And to make our mesh groups. Ooh. How do I do this? How do I do this? There's wizardry behind me. What do you mean it's only in beta? I want it now. Is it not out yet? Just do it. I am gonna do it. I just gotta see if it's... But there's a rare, but obviously the ability to break any wall is super OP. That's just valid. But have they updated to do that yet? VTube Studio Art Mesh Groups. Art Mesh Groups. You can set up a layer. These groups can contain arbitrary number of layers. And the Braider branch. You can set up... Okay, I will do that. I'm going to close VTube Studio. I will poof for a second, and we are going to open VTube Studio branch version properties. I think it's this one. How do I join the beta? How do I do this? VTube Studio Beta. Properties. Choose. What beta give is better? I want to... So you know how I was selectively picking each part of my mesh to recolor? You can make it so you can make a group and it'll recolor all of it. So you don't have to keep selecting it each time. Open your Steam library, right-click properties, go to betas, and choose... There is none. Why is there... That's because this is vitamins, because I'm stupid. Properties. It sounds pretty nice, huh? Oh, God, Jesus. Which one am I clicking? public beta? Oh, public beta. No, what's the beta? You want to switch back to the regular? Restart stream before switching to the beta. Please check for beta updates every few hours. In the case there's been a recent update. Not my problem right now. Not my problem right now. I think it'll be fine. Launch. Teehee. Teehee. I'm so excited. Because I've been coloring shit. You guys have no idea how many skin tones the skin pieces I have that I had to recolor. It's very annoying. Oh, it says beta too on the corner. That's cool. Now I have to reconnect it to this. Okie dokie. I am normal again. I can never tell. How do you sleep so well? Allowing me to live right. Where is it? Set up layer groups. Add new layer group. I'm blue. Why are you blue? Group name, hair. We're gonna do hair first. Highlight color. Make it like a neon. I want to make it like a bright blue. And the deselected color will be normal to show that it's not selected. Okay. Oh, we can filter it. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Hair tie, hair clip, hair clip, hair clip, hair shine, hair side. Oh, cool. Hair. We should do hair underscore. All of it. All of it. All of it. All of it. Every single one. I'm back. He's doing okay, but he does have a bump. Oh, poor baby. Hope they're okay. Hair tie, up bangs, bangs. Want all the bangs. I smacked his head on the... What do you mean? What do you mean, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean you smacked? What do you mean you smacked? Why would you smack? And then base. Hair base. There we go. And then this guy. Base extra. Ear RKIK. This one. Oh, my tail too. Oh, I forgot my tail. Tail. Don't worry, the fan wasn't on. You say so. Why would I trust you? There you we go. All the tail pieces. There you go. All my tail pieces. Do I have anything else? Let me look here. Tails, braid, pony, walk. Okay, no. I think that's all. The only, actually, the things that I wouldn't add to this is this one. Nope. This one. Nope. This one. Yes. And then this one. Yeah. Those ones I wouldn't add. They'd stay white. The greens can make your shirt look more orange, I think. That makes sense. It's kind of fall vibes. Shiny Elaine. I am a Shiny Elaine. Hair. Add. Cancel. Wait, what? Highlight color. Wait, in group. Add remove by ID? Remove by ID? Layers removed by... Wait, and what am I supposed to... I should have read it. I didn't read it. Okay. In the layer energy, you can also... Instead of adding them like group by one maroon, you can re-add them by ID as well. For example, oh, in group, oh, no, no, okay. So, okay. Well, that wasn't so bad. Nope. Boop, 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 boop. I was a deep neon green. Oh, I have to turn the shadows off. I don't want it to affect the shadows. Shadows will get affected by the skin color. I like hanging out with you guys. I like doing silly things. And I like that I don't have to feel bad for messing with these things. Because honestly, I kind of do feel bad that I'm just kind of dicking around and doing this. But also, if any of you ever have to do this yourselves, now you know. Elaine, what? 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 Boop. 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 Yeah, it's fun. I'm glad. I'm glad you think so too. Gotta be blue. I gotta be blue. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect such affection. Ah, dude, this is how I feel all the time. We're just chilling at the milk club. We are. Braid tail. I think that's everything on my head. Except I realized I also didn't get my... Okay, this one. And then the pony. And then the up bangs. Shadow up pony. We did pony. We did pigtail. Clouds right now. I think that's all of it, right? Ponytail. That one. Pigtails, braid. Okay. And this will be called hair. Oh, and then I gotta turn these off. Oh. Whoa. There you go. This hair color is gorgeous. You think so? You like the blue? It's just my selection color, really. But it's good to know I could be blue. I could be blue. If I wanted to be blue, I could be blue. Okay. Okay, add new group. And now I'm gonna be neon green. Actually, let's cancel this. Let me turn back to normal. So I can just be a normal blue. Skin. Booba. Booba. That one. You guys gonna see all my art meshes. Not that one. I think. I don't know. I don't know what part of that is needed. Changing to a different shiny lane would be a fun redeem. Yeah, it would. And that could be like, change my color. You can change my color to whatever you want. Mostly my hair, I think, would be what I would do. Also, I didn't get my tail in the last one. Index. Pinky. Thumb. Boop, boop. I would throw a quick ball so quickly. Fuck yeah, bro. Oh, not my tail. Thigh. Thighs. Calf. Calf. I think. Chest, top, base. Because like festive cow or spa treatment. I like spa treatment. That kind of seems nice. Neck. Head shadow. And then here. And then my eyeballs. I feel like I do have like a mask. I just took off the cucumbers. I took off the cucumbers off my face. This one. Oh, not these. There we go. I do want to change the lashes as well. Cause they are shaded with my skin tone. Edge right now. Lash. Okay. Shade kind of feels like Monster High. Oh yeah, can I be Gulara? I think it's her name. Gulara. I'd be a Gulara. Or Gulia? I don't know. I don't actually know their names. I know Draculora. Nope, not that guy. Oh, there they are. Maybe more Frankie. Is that? Hold on. Frankie. I don't know what the song is. Oh, O'Neal Lane? Oh, yeah, cool, maybe. I also I gotta do my lips. Lip. Go by my doc. Chin crease. Lip. The wrong one. Hold on. Gotta get close. Lip top. Hi, Pocky! I'm becoming shiny Pokemon. Nostrils. My nostrils have to change colors. Lip shine? I think lip shine could be okay. I think it's fine the way that is. Yeah. Hello, why? Because I can. That's all. Okay, now we need draw. Hold on, I have a question. Oh, okay, so I can go back and edit them. Cool. Free will is hell of a drug, it is. Tail. Okay. Okay. So now I got to do all my arms. Draw arm. That's not bad. I don't know. Yeah, we'll start with this. Because I'll have to do multiple skin. I don't know if that matters. AKA. Oh. I really like that song. Draw arm L. What is this though? Oh, there you go. And then my fingies. Draw. I think just doing draw underscore would be better. Pinky. I don't do the nails because I want my nails to stay the same. Always banger in the playlist. Can't miss. Thank you, Focky. How are you doing? How you doing? I missed ya. Oh, my ring. I didn't want my ring to be colored. There we go. I like this song. I actually really like this song. There we go. You can make an invisible man thing where your clothes and accessories are visible. Yes. Technically, I could. Yes, I could. I could technically. I think I should do hand plushie. Plush. Oh, no, not that one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, and now that one. Because those have both. Okay, then I'll just do the whole tail first. I'm finished. I'm fine. Finished and ended for a friend. Cool. Hope that was fun. What about you? I'm good. Raising money for kids in hospitals. Being a bit of a goober. Okay, I did the right one. This one. Whoa. Oh, that's this one. And then tail. Okay, not that one. I like things. And then I want to mess with this one. Yeah, I figured not. Tail hold. Oh, wait, cancel, and then do this. And I'm sorry, this will be the most offensive one. I apologize. I'm not actually mad at nobody, but maybe, you know, fuck the world a little bit. Alright, I'm going middle finger. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, wait, I didn't want to do the ring. There you go. Let's go with fuck con drama. Fuck con drama. Fuck con drama. Arm up. This one. Arm up. Now I'm all blue. And that's all taken care of. Okay. Alright, now I gotta switch it. I'm switching it now. Like group layer. Select. Hand underscore wave. Underscore wave. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. When it was just the hands, it felt like one of those videos. Ooh! Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything. Almost looks like surgical gloves. That's true. It is like that minty blue, isn't it? Okay. I'm trying to think. Oh, and then I have one more. Wait, no, two more. Two more. Don't feel I ignore. I can do blowing, thumb, index, middle, ring, pinky, palm, nail, nope, ring, middle, nail, nope, not nail, index, no nail, stopped with the nail brain. Ring, pinky, pinky, ring, middle, index, pinky, palm, arm, palm. Okay, there we go. St. Patrick's Day, Milk Lane. Yeah! I love a shamrock shake. I don't know what the thing is. I can't check it because technically there's two hands. But I'm gonna hope that it worked. Oh wait, I have to do the last one now. Which is this one. Which I think is the easiest one because I don't think there's a lot to this one, I think. Oh, there, okay, heart hands. Heart hands. Pinky, ring, middle, index, palm, thumb, arm. Ring, middle, index. Well, now I need a ginger shiny. You want me to be orange? I could be orange. Watch. Oh my god, I'm red. I'm orange now. I can be orange. I could be red. And be blue. I can actually be a blue. This is actually a nice blue. This is Oni Elaine. This is me being an Oni, an actual Oni. Wait, I could be an Oni. Okay, hold on, wait. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? And then if I did like a blue, a skin. See, now I'm an Oni. I'm blue and I got big horns. Now that just reminds me of the song. What song? I'm blue, dabu dee dabu die. That one? Can I change the color of my eyeballs? I wonder. Eyes. Let me get the papers. I can be brown, I can be blue, I can be violet sky. That's valid. Hold still. Actually, could I just do eye? I don't think so. Make them black. Okay. But the other one. That one I can't change. Interesting. Okay. Might just keep it with those then. I'm evil. Big old black old eye. Okay. What else should we color? Because now I'm like, here, I might as well do what else I want to color. Let's do this one. I want to do all the paint. Because we can have the paint on my face no matter what. Paint. Hey, can I just look up paint? I think if I do underscore paint. Oh, it's paint splatter. Okay, I'll just change the color of this one then, because this one's on my face. Is there anything else I want to change the color of? I guess I could do like my bandana, but that's like an extra thing. I don't really want to do that right now. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, artichokes. I want to be that, and then this. Oh, let me... Horns. Oops. Wait, I want to be a dog. 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 Okay, let me see if I can be a dog now. Customize for art meshes. Now, does it give you a thing to, like, select the group instead of just from group? Hair select. This is sick. Yo, this is cool as fuck. Yeah, it's a little bit too... It's pretty brown. Is that brown? Try to make it a lighter brown. Is that like more of a lighter brown? Oh my god. Oh, this is kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. I am brown now. I'm a dog. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. I'm a dog VTuber. Okay, I'm done. I'm done messing around now. Hallmark portrait. Oh, anime. Oh, wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? One thing I do want to add back in. Ha! I am a dog. Bark, bark. Do I look like a dog? Do I look like a dog? What kind of dog do I look like? Dog with sideways ears. What kind of dog do I look like? What kind of dog am I? I want to be a Siberian, but I think my ears are too short. It's kind of like, I'm kind of corgi-ish. Corgis are not like dark brown though. Do I look more or less like a dog? Wait. I can have big ears. I can have like big ears. I'm like a wolf. A Pomeranian? What do you mean a Pomeranian? That's more cat-like. I'm a wolf now. I'm a wolf. Oh! Chocolate lab. Chocolate lab. Do the ears bigger sell me being a dog? Or the Ears bigger make it worse. I can also have smaller ears, but I think that's more cat-like. Am I a lab? Oh, I guess, yeah, I'm kind of a lab. But I can't, my ears can't go all the way down, though. That's easy if we can do that. Easy in a game. Is there a way we could have my ears go down? I want my ears to go all the way down. Wait, there's a Japanese dog? A Shiba? Oh, wait, I think I know what the Japanese dog. I mean, kind of like a Shiba. Shiba's got the brown. I feel like there's a different dog. The Akita? Are you talking about the Akita dog? These guys? I feel like my big ears are really just big. I'm a dog VTuber now. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. Arrgh. I'm cosplaying as a dog VTuber. You have brown hair? I do. Yeah, we were testing the beta version of VTube Studio. And it turns out I can make stuff into groups. So I can like change colors to be whatever. I'm gonna check Discord. Well, I'm staring at Discord. What's happening in Discord? Ah! Okay, fair game. You know what? Fuck, fair game. Shit. Wait, I wanna copy this. I wanna be like, I'll call it Palm Brown. Where's Melane's brain? Palm Brown. See, I could be any color. I could be blue. I could be red. Could I be blonde? I think it'd be really hard to be blonde. Okay, we got the white, and then if we go, maybe not like that. It'd be really hard to go blonde. But I guess that's pretty on brand anyway. Brown. I'm a chocolate palm. Rah, rah, rah. Alright, we have unlocked Pomeranian form. It'd be so funny if I had a redeem that got that dog in him, and then I become dog VTuber. Because I feel like this outfit goes with being like a dog VTuber more than a cat. Thank you, Wio. Thank you, Wio. I'm glad you think I am cute. Alright. No. I have to wait for them to look at the... Oh, sorry. Sorry. Alright, let me hold my tail. Oh, wrong one. Hold tail. There you go. I guess next year we could be an Oni for Halloween if you guys want. That'd be cool. Your sex takes me to paradise. Yeah, your sex takes me to paradise. Oh, yeah. I'll work on Minecraft stuff. Cool puppet, that would be cool. Thank you. Yeah, because we were looking at it. I could be blue. Hold on, wait. I'll show you. Wait, hold on. Let me bring my hair. I forgot. Nope, I'm forgetting things. Because I can have large horns, and then I could customize this. Get a little sneak peek of it now. You make an Oni club too? I probably will be able to. Read me a story. Oh my god. People haven't picked that in a long time. Okay, give me like 2 seconds. I want to show chat what it would look like if I became an Oni. But yeah, no, technically this arm hold should have a thing where like I can hold whatever I want. So that should be fine. Okay, let me be blue. I don't want this blue. I'm an Oni now, guys. Look, I'm an Oni. I'm a fucking gnat in my office. I could be a demon. All right, it's story time. It's actually not a bad time for story time, actually. What is this? What is this position? Oh, this is the center of the screen. Okay, love you. Love you! I'm back to writing, so I'll redeem it again once I get the last bean box out. Sounds good, gonna watch the show. Have a good show! Alright, there was a story I actually saw the other day that I kind of wanted to read. We need Elaine fan art. It's okay, I'll just commission Elaine when I get money. Or commission me when I get money. The truth about Labubu. Damn it, bro. Ruined. There was a truck driver one I wanted to read. It's where I'm close to it. Here it is. Alright. I'm gonna pause the music. We're gonna play some other music really quick on YouTube because I like those vibes of Spotify are being really good right now. So I'm going to ambient music. Okay, let's go. Okay, so we'll do this one probably or something. Let me get my mic out. Oh shit. Okay, I'm a little low. Okay, there we go. Okay. We're gonna read part 1. Oh my god, this is long. Okay, maybe not this. Maybe I'll just bookmark that for later. Okay, what about this one? Okay, this one's not long. We'll read part 1. If part 2 is not too long, we'll read part 2 as well. Okay. Okay. I just moved into a new city hours away from home to start college. Or I guess I should read the title, right? We'll do like quick pass. I'm a Grubhub driver and I keep getting orders from an abandoned building. I just moved to a new city hours away from home to start college. My school makes all out-of-state freshmen live in the dorms for their first year, and since I've always been an introvert, I chose a single room. I ended up on the bottom floor of some old rundown building that looks straight out of a horror movie. Being a broke college kid, I started working as a Grubhub driver. My university has a partnership with them, so I figured there'd be plenty of orders to keep me busy. The first few weeks were fine, picking up from fast food joints, meeting the usual late-night workers, and delivering whatever unholy combination a drunk college kid would dream up. It wasn't great money, but it was enough to keep me fed and mildly busy. Lately, though, things have gotten strange. It popped up one night out of nowhere. A mom-and-pop butcher shop I've never noticed before, just outside of town, called Fresh Meats. The logo looked old-fashioned, like it hadn't been updated since the 70s, and the prices were ridiculous. Hold on, I need to zoom in. $58 for a cheeseburger? $62 for something called the House Special. I figured it was some high-end farm-to-table thing, or maybe just a glitch, but I was close by, so I accepted it. The drive there was weirdly long for being 5 miles away. The roads felt so unfamiliar, even though I'd lived there for a whole month, and I thought I knew every turn by now. The streetlights thinned out until it was just my headlights and the glow of my phone screen. When I finally pulled up, I drove past the place. The sign was half burned out, just the letters EAT flickering in red. The shop itself looked abandoned. The windows were blacked out, and there was a single unplugged chest freezer sitting outside the door with a note taped to it: food delivery pickup, enter code. When I opened the app, the customer had already sent me a 4-digit code. I entered it into a small keypad by the freezer and heard her click. Inside was a paper bag, heavy and warm, sealed with masking tape. No receipt, no name, just order number 0000 scrawled in Sharpie on the bag. The smell wasn't bad, not quite rotten, but metallic like the air after a nosebleed. I looked for a doorbell, a buzzer, anyone inside, nothing. Just silence and the faint hum from somewhere deep inside the building, like machinery running behind the walls. I made the delivery to an apartment complex near campus. The guy who was waiting outside, hands in his pockets, no coat despite the cold. He took the bag without saying a word, turned and walked inside. The app pinged a second later, $40 tip. $40. That's more than I make all night most shifts. I told myself it had to be a mistake, but the money stayed in my balance, so I didn't question it. The next night, another Fresh Meats order popped up. Same setup, weird code, freezer pickup, silent drop-off, another big tip. This time, it was $55. Enough to fill my tank and buy groceries for a week. I started telling myself that maybe this was just how the place did business. Some secret rich person butcher shop with paranoid customers. But there's something off about it. The drive feels shorter every time, like the roads are folding in on themselves. The buildings look shifted. I swear the freezer was on the other side of the door last time. When I checked my order history afterward, the deliveries don't show up. No record of fresh meats, no order numbers. I delivered for them 5 times now. It's always the same: code, bag, silent pickup. No workers, no other drivers, no address I recognize. I asked around at a few restaurants, and no one ever heard of the place. When I tried to bring it up to one of my regulars, a grad student who orders takeout every Tuesday and Thursday, he just froze and said, "Don't talk about that place." Then he shut the door. I can't stop thinking about that smell. It's faint, but I swear it's in my car now, even when I haven't driven all day. What's weirder is that no one else seems to get these orders. The app only sends them to me. I've tried going offline when one pops up, but somehow when I reopen the app, it's still waiting there, like it never left. Last night, another one came through. I hesitated. I really did. But the base pay was $40 before tip. That's half a textbook, half a week of groceries. I know I shouldn't, but I can't afford not to. The smell's been clinging to everything lately. Even after cleaning my car, it lingers, the metallic tang, like the air after someone bleeds. I'll update again later this week. I've got midterms to study for, but something about this place feels wrong. Every time I think about skipping the next order, I get this feeling like someone's waiting for me to show up. If anyone's heard of fresh meats or knows why these orders don't show up in my history, please tell me. This is not bad. I actually quite like this. It's rather typical. Like, yeah, you would do this because I'm bookmarking this, by the way, because I want to read this in my own time. It's long, but I like it. It's pretty immersive for what it's worth, because it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you do it? You're a broke college kid, you know, all you do is drive. Okay. Part 2. I can't escape it. The orders have started coming in more frequently. It was at first one a day, but now I'm doing 2, 3, sometimes maybe 4 orders a day, each time later in the night. It started getting so bad that I tried to decline the pickup, but my app froze. I closed the app and reopened it, only to see that the order had been accepted and showed me the route to the store. I still haven't looked inside one of the bags yet. I tried, but the closer and closer I get to opening the bag, the more my heart started pounding. A feeling of anxiety started to course through my body, and I could hear voices hissing at me angrily in languages I don't know. I pulled my hand back, and it all of a sudden stopped, leaving me alone with this empty silence in my car. When I finished the delivery, the person who was there to receive the order looked different. They had a scowl on their face as I handed them the bag. They let out a low-pitched growl that seemed almost inhuman. When I turned back to my car, I saw that the person hadn't left a tip. Was it because I tried to look in the bag? After that, I swore to never try and open an order again. I've had enough. Last night, I needed answers. Maybe it was liquid courage I had in my system, but I needed to know more. I wanted to investigate the shop. I had no orders, so I took the chance to make the drive. I made this drive countless times, following the same stretch of road, passing the same knocked-over trees, dodging the same holes on the road, but as I got to what I thought was a shop, it was just more road. A long, dark gravel road, canopied with tree branches that reach over the road. I pressed on. Surely I would have remembered this part of the drive. The road stretched on for what felt like miles. Then I heard it, the all-too-familiar chime. I had an order. At this point, I didn't even bother trying to accept the orders, as my app was already showing me the route to the shop. I followed the route, continuing down the new road, only for the trees to open up into a clearing. The shop was sitting all alone, just as I had last seen it, with an order sitting tucked neatly in the locked freezer. As I approached the freezer, I could sense a pair of eyes glaring at me. I looked up the second-story window and saw a figure standing there watching me. Has this person watched every delivery? I pounded on the front door, screaming for someone to come out. I needed answers. I slammed my fist into the window door over and over again, only stopping when I felt blood oozing down my hand. I looked back up, and the figure was still standing there. I tried the handle, locked. Defeated, I grabbed the order and headed back to my car. I made the delivery like normal, handed it to someone whose face I couldn't even remember, and watched them go back inside. The moment their door closed, a tip came through. But that feeling hasn't gone away. I still feel like I'm being watched. Bum bum bum! Bum bum bum! Oh shit, the OP is responding. I think banging on the door might have been a bad idea, and the person in charge is deeply invested in the secret, but it's interesting, stay safe. Yeah, for sure, it wasn't a good idea. I think I pissed something off, and it's watching me even while I do deliveries. Yo, did he post? Did he reply on part 1? No. That's cool, though. Hi, Zoe. Welcome on in. Oh shit! Wait, that was Kazia raid. Sorry, I saw Zoe. Hi, Kazia. How was your stream? How was Sunhaven? What is Sunhaven? I've heard the name of that game before, but I have never played it. How was it? Insaniacs Inbound. Welcome on in, Raiders. How was your stream? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. But otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out here with me. We just got done reading a spooky story for chat because it was redeemed. Read Me a Story is a spooky story. But it could be any story, but I like reading horror stories personally. Welcome on in. I hope Sunhaven was fun. I'm just being a little bit of a dog today. I'm being a little bit of a dog, a VTuber. So I'm brown. That's why I'm brown. Very spooky, thank you. Of course. I hope you enjoyed. It was good. I played Dragon Ball, League of Legends, then chilled with Sunhaven. Damn, look at that. You did a whole bunch of stuff. BRB, BBC, no problem, Bucky. We'll be here. But I hope that's good that you did. Excuse me. A lot of fun stuff. I am going to be a goober and make a Minecraft mod pack again. Because I have this one. Love this one. 10 out of 10. We love this one. But I want to see if I can make another one. But with that being said, it's a bit of work to do, and I'm gonna do it on stream because I can, and I don't think I've heard back about the work stuff, so I'm just gonna do this because I can. Wait, actually, I mean Dragon Ball League of Legends edition. It was a Dragon Ball MOBA. Oh, dude, that actually sounds sick as fuck. I hope you had fun with that. Sounds fun to me. Right, let's see how we can get this organized. That is not what I wanted to grab. Open now. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes. It's so good, way more chill than other MOBAs. That's cool. Is it like, does it have like a different name? Like, is it Dragon Ball Online or something, or is it just a Dragon Ball Z? I feel like a lot of Dragon Ball stuff is just called Dragon Ball, to be fair. All right. It's called Dragon Ball Gyakeshin Squadra. That's cool. Is the art style like the typical Dragon Ball games, or is their art style like different? How to export mod list from CurseForge to Excel sheet. Is that a thing? I need it to be a thing. I'll say Excel sheet with this. Wait, did someone said with this? I saw the word with this. Excel mod sheet. Is this not a thing anymore? Imprint file name, so text file on command. Mod list generator. What is this? Mod is a tool that extracts mod names and authors from Forge, NeoFabric, and Fabric jar files, exports the data. Oh! It's like the mall, get you on, get you in. Actually, it looks really accurate to the other side. The character models are really great. Dude, that's actually really sick. I'm back. Welcome back. You came back in time for Eminem. Music, the ball, get you on. This is cool. This is cool. I like how colorful it is. I'm glad. I hope you had fun with that. I didn't even know they were making a MOBA, honestly. All right, how do I use this? Install. PowerShell invoke. Okay, so copy, and then I gotta open PowerShell. PowerShell. I'm about to download a thing on my computer. Do I just do this? I'm so confused. I think I'm just supposed to do the blue text. I've already met this on Haven is like Stardew Valley, but has more stuff. That's cool. Is it like similar grindy? Yesterday, Rune Bear Dad rated us, and they were playing Gravekeeper, I think it's called, and that is also like a Stardew Valley similar, but it's like Dark. Did it do it? Did it do it? Use or just mod list gen. I don't think it did it. Mod list gen. The term mod list gen is not recognized with the name of the scripts are operable forward. It doesn't feel grindy at the moment. I've leveled up my character pretty fast. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Because, like, sometimes they are, in my opinion, a little grindy. Oh, maybe it's because I had this out file thing here. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. What can I say? Oh, bad. Pog. It looks like it did it. Now, mod list gen help. Mod list gen? What am I doing wrong? But I did hear the quest later on that sound annoying. Understandable, maybe, but maybe you'll have a stroke of genius and it'll be better. Python 3. I need to have Python installed? Never mind. We'll look at something else. Okay, hold on. Best. When you download a pack on CurseForge under the file, there's a modless HTML copy that says play. Wait, there is? No way. No way. Wait, what? Is it really? When you download the pack and CurseForge under, there's a modless HTML. What do you mean? I don't believe this. I don't believe this. Why would no one have told me this if that's the case? Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. All y'all had to do was search for modless. Yes, this doesn't appear to work. Bummer. I used it in pack age code, but I had a crappy workout would be used. Tell me the blocks or item CVS dumps include the mod name. Also, I've created a mod pack in Twitch. You can use the export feature and it generates a modless HTML file that names all the mods and links. Interesting. But I'd have to get the mod list to load. Excel mod list exporter. This one I don't think. Yeah, this one is dead. For what I don't know what FWIW means. Mod packs in Minecraft. What they can be finished. Update mod is revised and improved. Check back next week for a new update. Dual output config file location. Could you curse Forge profile code to Excel sheet? Oh fuck. Okay. Wait to export mod list to a TXT or spreadsheet. Mod view under one of menus. I think it's other. I know that. I just want to know if this is the way to export the list to be more exact. There's a button there to export the mod selection files, but it's a bit hidden in the sum menu. What? Admittedly, I did not dig too far into Prism to find a way to do this. I want to be able to export a list of all my mods with the current version of each mod version, not Minecraft version, and which site they came from. I've been testing various mods in single player to implement into a server I host. We recently wrapped up the last season, and we're all itching to get back on. In the past, I always provided a spreadsheet Google Doc with all the required mods. The version used and the links to download. This is very tedious, and I can't do a mod pack because they don't all come from one fight, and I don't want to make 2 mod packs. All my server members use Prism anyway, so it was easy enough for them to install. Prism? What is Prism? Something that I don't want to use. Got it. Okay, so I have this CurseForge export mod list. Can you just do the list? what if I just want to make a list? I don't want, what if, because like this one is a mod that would do it. But I'd have to, I don't like Prism just because we have something at work with the same name and it sucks. No problem. No problem. We won't use it. No problem. We aren't gonna, it requires fabric. This is fabric? Fuck. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna be real, chat. I think I might ask artificial intelligence to figure this out for me. Because I don't know if I can scour the internet. I don't know if I have enough brain cells to scour the internet to figure out how to do this other than doing it manually. And let me tell you what, that is not the way to do it. I'm going to tell you what, it is not the way to do it. So unfortunately, I will be asking. What's the best open source AI chat bot that isn't Chat GPT? Okay, hold on. Maybe there's a better. Oh, llama. I don't like find quality. That's the kind of thing you just make sure to fact check. Yeah. Okay, well, okay. I'm sorry. We're going to be using artificial intelligence to ask these questions. Because I ask them silly questions like how to better word things sometimes. And delete. And I asked the AI to help me find that song that Q was looking for one time. And how would I go about exporting a CurseForge mod list to either an Excel sheet or a text file? Really? This command outputs a plaintext list of all mod files names. Interesting. It's a website tool, minecraftmodlist.com. Oh. Open link in new tab. Doesn't exist anymore. The version gives a full readable list like this. It takes a few seconds. Yes. Yes, I would. Yes, I would! Artificial intelligence. This would be great. Save this copy CurseForge mod list to Excel Python in the same folder as your extracted manifest JSON. Okay! Bro, if it's this easy, I'm going to shit my pants. I'm calling this test version. Really just want the mods. Data packs and shader packs, actually. We're going to put this in Minecraft. We're going to do this as a new, and we're going to do this test. I'm going to save. Because I somehow doubled the amount of Minecraft mods from this one, from the last one to this one. Somehow. Okay. Save this as .py. Okay, so I gotta make a new, I know how to make a Python script thing. So I do a new thing, I copy the code, I save this in the folder that I need it to be in. So that would be this one into this. And I name it a .py. Okay. I don't think it worked. How do I do this? Pip install pandas. What does that mean? Use a real CurseFirst API key. The script includes which will work for small requests, but might fail for large more packs. I don't think it worked. How do... What is this for? Oh! I thought I had Python on my computer, though. I think I have it on my computer. Pip is not quick and easy if you're not familiar. Fuck. Run the script Python. Okay, okay. Make sure Python is installed. It is. You can check by opening a command prompt and typing Python version. Something that's Python. Okay, so I gotta see what version I have. I have 3.12, so I have a... Then install the needed libraries. Pip install pandas requests open pyxl. Okay, wait, I did a wrong copy code. It says invalid syntax. If you wrote it like this, pip install pandas request open, that will not work because pip install is a command line, not Python code. Correct way. Close Python shell if it's open. You'll know if... Okay, the line starts with... What is type command? Oh! I need this one. And then I put this one in here. It's not working. I should say successfully installing pandas. What? Close the Python shell. Okay, I'll close it. Hold on, let me close these guys. Press Windows and type... press Windows. Windows. CMD. I'm finger pecking. Enter. Then type... I'm just gonna paste it. Pip is not recognized as an internal external command. Virus GG, I know, right? Operable program or batch file. Python part. If pip is not recognized as an internal, try that forces Python to use its built-in pip. Okay, so I do need to open Python? Or am I using... What? This? Oh, okay. Arguments and some Microsoft Store. What? Boop. It's not actually linked to the real Python until I hear another word. You install Python, but Windows doesn't know where it is. Start. Type. Rather than try PY version. Press start if you see Python. With a blue icon, and then ignore that one. You want the actual Python installer from Python Augur, not the store version. So is this a store version? That's great. If Pi works, you can use the Pi launcher, which in Windows installs the default. Run this instead. Oh, it got the pandas. We got the pandas. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We got the pandas. We got the pandas. I don't know what that means. Okay. Now, do I do this one? Is it still doing something? Looks like it's still doing something. We love this song. Oh, shit. Oh. Let's close this. Okay. And if you... Oh. This one. Oh. Wait. Oh, I can't overfile to Excel. There's no... What? Can't open file because users... Oh, wait. Edit with Notepad++. Manifest.json. Okay, wait, what's happening? Okay, wait, why am I trying to figure it out when I could just pop? Your current folder, but the file. So like in the downloads or desktop. Oh. Oh wait, what? Oh. There you go. Now you can go back. I didn't need to go back. Copy code. I'll get the folder files for your Pi manifestation. Or click. WMD. Check the DMs. Okay. How'd you do this? What the fuck? How did you do that? How'd you do this? Oh shit. How'd you do that? I also want to try this way because I feel dedicated. But you're dedicated. Navigate to the folder and folder where your Pi mirror. Click the address bar at the top. Type. Click the address bar. Type command. Oh. Just enter. Oh. 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 I copy the names from the mod file and find and replace the name paths. Oh, interesting. How long is it gonna take? How long is this going to take? One to 3 minutes. Okay. Pog. Well, now we can use this. Cause I'm going, cause, yeah, no, we need it anyway. All right. I don't know how I want to do this, but duplicate. I think I'm gonna delete this one. Milk Club 2.54. And then I have to decide if I'm just gonna make a big list. I don't think I will. I think I'm gonna do it this way. God damn, how many are there? Are there more? Is there more? Oh, these are resource packs. Look, I'm so smart. It's not my problem. Okay. Okay. Delete columns. Okay. Reset. Oh. Oh, this is so small. 200. Is it done? No, it's gonna take a while, huh? Okay. Okay, now how to tag a cell and have it organized somewhere else. One way to easily is create a column for your tags. Hide said column once you've populated it. Create conditional formatting until using the tags column. Well, if I'm doing that, it's not automatic there, is it? Google Sheets. What are you trying to do? I might know. I'm trying to make it so that if it's an API or like a lib mod, like a library mod, it'll be tagged. Like I can tag it, and then in another sheet, it'll organize it as to like, hey, it is this type. It is from like it's like this type of mod, this type of mod, this type of mod, this type of mod. The only problem is I need to be able to manually name what type it is, so that way because like not all like lib mods have the lib in it, like the word lib or API in it. Like first is a conditional formatting. Okay, I'll just do it with this one. More cell actions, conditional formatting. It's so small. Is how I make it if cell interesting. You can have multiple tags in one cell. As you can see, use TG data validation drop down. So I reference those cells in another sheet with a command. It'll be harder if you want to generate lists, but it can be done in a few ways. Just any visual representation of it existing. Do you want access to this? So I think I'm gonna do it like this. Data validation. Another rule. Additional formatting. Oh, text is exactly let's do an API /lib. Okay. Lib. Add another text, is it? Or what? And then the data valid, allow multiple selections, okay. So it'd be like API lib. Oh wait, no, we don't want multiple selections, I'm silly. This would be world generation, mob generation, furniture, food. I think we have it in here. Quality of life, gameplay, magic tech, food, furniture, and then miscellaneous. And then I can color coordinate it, which is my favorite part. API lib will be green. World generation. Okay, API lib will be gray. Mob generation. Oh shit. I don't remember. Dark green. Furniture will be light blue. Food will be this dark blue. Actually, I like going in a rainbow order. Red. Mob generation orange. Furniture yellow. Light blue. Quality of life this one. Magic is purple. Tech green. Dark green. Miscellaneous is black. Okay. Hi Norman. Hi Goop. Hello. How are you doing? Okay, so world generation, and then what is it? And then I made a chart to see the overview of what cards. I did this by creating two helper columns. The first one getting the unique values of the cell from the column where the tags are located. In my case, it was column D. The second helper column got a total of times that tag. And then I just had a range that my helper card. How are you? I'm good. I'm doing TISM things. Column right. Perhaps. Okay, so now it's tagged as world generation. Is that the longest one? World generation is the longest one. I want it to be in the center. Okay, and then sorry. Delete. Mod name, count, B3 to bless you, thank you. I think 1000 to B1105. Okay, 453 mods. Is that an accurate number to what it says in here? It is! Oh my fucking goodness. I made it. Okay, I got to go to my drive. I got a file upload. What is this song? Oh, Purple Lamborghini. I believe in you, Google Sheets. I believe in you. Mod name unknown. God dang it. Okay, I guess I gotta do it the way Kiwi did it then, which is Minecraft. No, I have to do it this way. This one. Enable. Open full. I don't know if that turns them, how that turns them off or on, but. How did you do that again, Kiwi? I gotta scroll up. I copied the names from the mod file. Copy? Huh? Wait, what do you mean? Mod file? That didn't work. How do I get the API key? I have to go to the restroom really quick, actually. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick, and then we'll continue figuring this out. Welcome on in, Jerkink. Jerkink. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, I am back. Open the actual file on your PC. Which one? Open which? Oh, the thingy. That would be in Minecraft versions. Welcome back. Thank you. I'll put it in test. Share how much in the fun. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Column to the right, column to the right. And then we're going to paste this. Ooh, paste that there. Yeah, that's 667. Good. Oh, whoa, wait, hold on. Wait, I like the way they do the names in this. Okay, go to... It would be in version updates, actually. Let's extract this guy. Holy shit, I wish I knew about this sooner. Alright, and then we'll do it like this. And then, oh, we need one more thing in here. And this is going to be, what the fuck is it called? Optimization. Optimization will be a dark brown. Pog. Put that there, put this on this side. I'm gonna copy this row and put that there. Or mod name. This is I actually don't know how I want to do that yet, so I'm just gonna switch these back. We're gonna take this. Oh, interesting. Let me fix all that. Seeing that list, bro, is fucking crazy. We're putting it in Lexa, and I can read those better. And 12 or 11, that's fine. Left side. Bold, not bold. Cool. Should all be good now. That was fucking funny. Okay. West. Come on, come on. True to A11. This one, but it would be D. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. This is going to be... I just do total. Oops. I forgot how to do that. That's okay. So we don't need this. Delete row. Okay. Cool. No. Bow. Okie dokie. Now, I don't know if all of these will work, but we're gonna hope to God that they do. We know that the left list works. Whether the right list works or not is to be said. I also haven't organized them alphabetically yet. So let me do that. View more cell actions, sort range, A to Z sort. And same goes for this guy. View more sort range, A to Z Poggin. I'll make this a little bit wider. Same with this guy, just in case. Okay. And these don't all have checkboxes, rip. Oh. You know, guys, I should give a big round of applause to Kiwi, because if it wasn't for Kiwi, I wouldn't know about this. The HTML thing, and that fucking saved my fucking asshole. Might have installed a virus on my computer in the meantime, but okay. The top one should be similar. And with that being said, we can split these into a right and left column. And then I'm going to look them up, so that way we can then go ahead and label them. This is utility and quality of life. This would also be a quality of life. Let's do add-on compat. This is a add-on for food. Let's do API is an API libmod. Let's do bakery, farm and charm compat by satisfy. I believe would technically also be a food. Yes, this would be food. I'm gonna put all farm and charms under food. Let's do compat API. And then this one and these two get the same. The let's do add-on compat and the corn expansion are all food. This is food, and then these are all food, except the wilder nature by these people, technically, I don't think is a food one. I believe this is a generation. From a world gen. It has food in it, though. So we'll keep it. We'll keep it. This is an API libmod. Because a lot of these will be similar up until a point. Decorative storage upgrades. This is a tech mod, technically, I would call it. Forge, farming, storage, cosmetic, food. Should I add another category for this is oh shit. Okay. Let me make a picture of this real quick. Cause this is not it's not doing the thing I wanted to do. Boop. B apply to range. B2 B466 466 and then add another range, which is D2, no, E2, be E2 to E668, E668, oops, 668, there we go. So this one is a blue one, quality of life. Okay, so if I do that, edit, add, this one will be storage, which will make a dark blue done. Apply to all. So now this should have a storage thing. Yes, it does. Storage. A man with plushies is... I think this would be miscellaneous or furniture. I don't know what I would technically call it. I think furniture? Cosmetic structure. Yeah, I'll call it furniture mod. It is a furniture mod. Furniture. Abnormal's delight. This is a food mod. Anything with delight, we can just add food to it. Food. Where's this cave's delight? Food. So if I copy and paste these, is this gonna affect it? It will, but I will fix it later. Food. Food. I think I have a lot more food ones in the new one comparatively. Food. Because I decided to let go of Pam's Harvest Craft, which I'd like to say it's a big thing for me. It's like asking a crack addict not to do crack. Even though I really don't do half of my crack, I just like having my crack, you know? It's like telling a crackhead who's not really a crackhead to let go of their crack, I think. Would be a better, maybe, comparison. Maybe not. But, you know, for the hip heads. Miner's delight, large meals delight. Ice and fire delight. This is food. I don't know what farmer's cutting technically says. I know you did crack. I do a crack and it's called ass crack. I'm kidding. I don't, but I just thought it'd be funny if I said that. Croptopia. There was also the delight mod that I enjoyed that adds compats between a lot of different mods that I don't remember what it's called. I'll have to check. I thought it was Neapolitan, but it's not. Hold on. I'm in the Discord server for it. Not that one, 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 not that one. It's this one? No, not that one. Which one is it? Is it not any of these? So many Discords. Nope, it's got to be in this one. Mod? Compat Delight for Neoforge for War 1.21. Yes. Compat Delight. So let me check if Compat Delight is in this one. Don't know why I didn't mark it as food. But let me see if there's Compat Delight within... I don't think there is Compat Delight mod. Compat Delight. Compat Delight is a 50 plus. Oh, it is! No, it is. It's called Wait, what? Which means I should add it into this pack. Compat Delight. Why? Neoforge fabric. Oh, it's making me nervous. File. Game versions. Forge. 1.21. Yeah, it's in here. Why is it not showing up? Compat delight. If I look up the name fixer link 1, would that help? It does. There it is. Okay. And now we will add that to the Excel sheet. I will... How do I want to do this? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, L, M, N, O, this one. Add one row above. This is food. Food. And then we shift all of these up. Okay. Now, I'm gonna make sure I have all the delights. Delight. Marked as food, which I think I do now. I don't. I lied, I do not. Okay, it looks like I do now. You know what I should have done? Hold on. Edit. Ranges is B2 to B1, 2, 3, 4. Add another range. Hi, Daedalus. I know I said hi to you earlier, but I'm saying hi again because I can. E, add another range. Wait, okay. Add another item. Null. And null. I want null to be this color, so I want API lib to be this color, I guess. Oh, wait, what? EBB. So wait, do these all have? Yes. So I want that to be the default. Hi again. Hello again. Hope you're having a good day. It's not pasting. Actually, you know what? We're going to control F. And we're going to do world generation. And we're going to do this. And we're going to do this sheet. What? World generation. This sheet. I didn't do it. Why didn't it do it? Should have done this in the first place, but I didn't. Why? Because I'm a goober. Hello, welcome to the Milk Club, where Elaine does very tism things, like making an Excel sheet over a mod pack she wants to make for the 3rd time? But I think that's not, I don't think that's a bad thing. It's kind of how, like, in a way, if you think about it, it's sort of the way that milsims work. Like Tarkov. Except they're just wiping the worlds. Well, sometimes they add new stuff. Okay. I think it might be faster if I just do this. Boop. this, paste it there. And then we'll do quality of life, quality of life, quality of life, food, food, API, copy food, storage, furniture, food, and then we gotta go back to looking up delight again on this row. Here, here, here. Oop. I also added better babies. The big really cool babies that match the bedrock version, because I will say in the bedrock version of Minecraft, I really like their actions and stuff. I don't know if it's a DLC or not, but I really like the animations and the babies. They make the babies look more dumb, and I like it. I can show it to you guys in 1 second. I do this manually, it's gonna take forever. Okay, let's do it like this, like that, like this. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay, I'll look up actions and stuff. Make it full screen. I'll also be smaller. I feel bad being so big. Oops, wrong one. I froze VTube Studio. Oh. Oh, okay. Now, let me just be like here. Okay, so actions and stuff makes it so you can have like axolotls and buckets, and like there's different animations and stuff. The images. Babies. Look, they make the babies babier. Look at the sheep and the puppy, and a little chicken and a little fox and the baby mushroom. So I added that to our Minecraft because fuck you, I can. And it's like the cutest thing. It's like the only thing that makes me envious of like you tag them as baby. You can also tag them as baby if they're grown up, and it makes them babies. And it pisses me off because that's like if I could just have like one thing, I think from like the newer Minecrafts, it would be that. It's like the only thing that I really really want to have. Like the sniffer's cool, the copper golem's cool, and all that stuff, but I really want. Hi Quetzal! Welcome on in. How you doing? Okay, now we can go back to where I was. Add Astra. What is Add Astra? I no longer need this. This is world gener. I'm gonna call Add Astra world generation just because that's what it feels like in my opinion. Exhausted, headed home, understandable. We're excited to have you come home. Essentially, it's a data-driven mod. Neoforge is a common API for both. The style for libraries API is based on curios and trinkets. Okay. You can install accessories with compatibility to have accessories work on the unified experience. Okay, so that's something we might need to look at. So I'm going to make a new group called Maybe Mods. So that way we have that as well. But I would call this a miscellaneous mod because this is like for armor. Add Astron just sell add-on. Is an add-on for convenience compatibility. This mod has few features. Getting ideas. This is an add-on tech mod. Joining a TTRPG next week. Mecha theme. We gotta be mech pilots. That's cool as fuck. Sometimes I forget that D&D you can do more than just medieval fantasy, to be honest. This is a tech one. We'll call this tech. Additional lanterns. This is a furniture mod. Additional lights. What is this one? Oh, this is also a furniture one. Add-ons lib is an API lib. Advanced chimney is furniture. Advanced placement mech is quality of life. Arrow blender, I think. Yeah, it's a library mod. Gonna send you some hype pics. Fuck yeah. Let me make sure I have my Discord open in the other. On my other monitor. There you go. Okay, cool. Add extra. Kind of want to make these a bit thinner. Boop. Just for now, I don't think they'll matter too much. Add Astra extra. Huh. Thanks. Oh, this one adds planets. Do we have the Giselle add-on? Giselle add-on? Do we not have that one in here? Add things to be more convenience. What is, let's make it items, machines, and hand companions. Okay, we'll add this one as well then. I'm just gonna put them at the bottom for now. And Astra is a tech mod. Okie dokie. Akashic Tome, I think, is more of a quality of life feature, personally. Map information storage. Okay, storage, I guess. And Astra extras. This is a planet. This is world generation. Add Tetra. What is this one for? Download, add a Tetra. This one is between Tetra. Oh, this is a. Okay, I think I have to add another one. What's called add-on? Add-ons. Make them. Okay, hold on. Dark red, dark orange, dark green, dark blue. Apply to all. Okie dokie. So now we have add-ons, which add Tetra should be an add-on. Which these are also add-ons. This is an add-on. Okay, I think that makes sense. Whoa! Quetzal looks so good! Holy shit, now you make me want to kit bash on Hero Forge. Holy shit, that's cool as fuck. Thank you for showing that to me. Holy fuck. Love the background, too. It matches very well in the outfit. God damn. God damn. I think I'm gonna call them generation mods. A world generation, and then... Purple. Okay, this has to be dark blue. Apply to all. I think that fixes it. Why is this like this? This one. Why is API lib like that? Okay, done. Why am I being clapped for? I've done nothing. Oh my goodness. I'm also going to make these go like this. That means they just get cut off, correct? Yes, okay, cool. Because I really don't think they need to be that large. So we can see both of them at the same time. Ooh, whoa! Whoa, I love the mech version, Quets. The pink and the blue lighting that you put on it. Mwah. That's fucking sick. Alex's mob is world generation. This is furniture. I don't like the colors. I don't like the colors. Alright, we're gonna fix the colors. Okay, hold on. That's nothing. API lib will be black. World generation will be light green. Furniture is that. Food will be green. Quality of life will be this off blue. Gameplay will be dark green. Magic will be dark blue. Tech will be light blue. Miscellaneous will be dark purple. Optimization will be a teal. Storage will be, and add-ons will be red. There we go. I like that a lot better. Not painted, just photo booth effects. Oh, still, it's still cool. I like that you chose it, because you didn't have to choose it. It was a good artistic eye choice. My belly itches. Wash my belly. Wash my belly. Alright, furniture. Add-ons lib is a library mod. Adorable eggs, I think, is a miscellaneous mod, because it just makes things cute. This one is farming. Okay, this is just gonna be a miscellaneous thing. Adorable hamsters are world generation. Advanced chimneys is furniture. Advancement plaques are quality of life. Quality of life, and also this is broken. Why is it broken? I made full orange furniture yellow. Play doll. There you go. And then Aether lost content add-on. This is an add-on. Etheric Tetranomicon. I don't remember what this one is. Adds Tetra support. This is an add-on. Add-ons. This is a storage mod is what we decided this is. I don't like storage being that color. I want storage to be brown. Brown. Play doll. Okay. Almost unified, I think, is a quality of life feature. Processing API server utility. Yeah, quality of life. Alternate origin is a gameplay feature. Amendments is a hard one. I don't know what this one. Quality of life. Cool. Animal origins is a gameplay mod. Another furniture is a furniture mod. Apotheosis is a magic mod, I believe. No, it's a magic gameplay. I'll call it gameplay. Apotheosis is magic. Oh, let's do magic. Let's just do magic. Apothic amendments makes apotheosis and amendments I think work together, so it's an add-on. This was an add-on. Apothic attributes I think is another add-on. API library. Oh, it's an API lib mod. Apple skin, I believe that is a quality of life. This is a, yes, quality of life. Aquaculture 2 is a world generation. You know, I'll be honest, I might not know a lot about base Minecraft, but let me tell you what. I sure fucking damn know what a Minecraft mod can be classified as. Let me tell you what. Architecture API is an API lib. Ours Additions is an add-on. It's a magic add-on. Can I have more than one? How did the guy have more than one? How to have multiple drop downs in Google Sheets. I feel like such a fucking nerd right now. Oh, it's a multi-selection. I forgot. Okay. Allow multiple selections. Oh my god, that makes it look very silly. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I changed my mind. Okay. Ours Creo is a add-on mod that allows the compatibility between ours and Create. Ours Elemental, I believe, is another add-on that adds to, yes. So add-on. Knights and Mages is an add-on. Ars Nouveau is the base magic mod itself. Magic. Ars Occultist, I believe, is an add-on that makes it so occultism and ours can work together. Ars Occultist, yes. So this is an add-on. Artifacts is gameplay. Aristocarts is furniture. Astrolux Shaders is a shader, so this doesn't need to be added here. Athena by Terra. I think this is an API lib mod. Yes, it is. Attribute fix is an optimization thing, I believe. Please, but damn, you crossed the line. No, this is a quality of life. Automobility is miscellaneous. This one is optimization. Bomb is API. Bobbly Heart Containers is gameplay. BD Lib is an API lib. Beautify is a furniture mod. Better Advances, quality of life. Better Combat is gameplay. Better F3 is quality of life. Better FPS is optimization. Better Vanilla Quark Animals Compat is an add-on. Biomancy is a magic mod. Biomes of Plenty is a world generation. Blocks UI. Looks like an API lib. What is Blue Flame Burning? Make soul fire burn entities with blue flames instead of regular boring yellow flames when caught from soul fire. Oh. Quality of life. So I like that one. Blue Skies is a world generation. Blueprint? I don't remember blue is, but this is an API mod. Bookshelf, I think, is the same. I'm pretty sure this is also an API mod. Yes. Botania is magic. Botarium is API. Brandon's Core is API. BSL Shaders is a shader. Bugs Aplenty is a world generation. Building but better is furniture. API, quality of life. Copania is magic, I think. This is immersive food. This is food, actually. Food. Chat Heads is a quality of life. Chimes is a furniture mod. Chipped is a furniture mod. Chisels and Bits is a furniture mod. This is a shader. This one's not necessary. We wanted to escape. Lies between chunk sending is optimization. Citadel API cloth API clumps optimization. World is dark and ruthlessness is mercy upon. Common capabilities. What is this one? API, cool. This is a shader. Configured is, I forget what this one is. It shows the mod list, right? Yes. Yes. Connected glass, quality of life, connectivity. I don't know what you would call that one. Server utility. Okay, miscellaneous. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes! Joji Pixelated Kisses. Yes. Yay! Monster that always draws near. What's this one? Quality of life. Oh, this is the API one. Construction wand is gameplay. Controlling. Is this the one I think it is? This is the one with a key on it. Allows you to search. Yes. Okay, this is quality of life. Food. Corel Tombstone is gameplay. Corgulib API. API. Cosmetic armor? I think I would put it miscellaneous. Yeah, miscellaneous. Miscellaneous. Cosmopolitan is a food mod, I believe. Yes. Right now. Okay. Crafting tweaks is optimization. Create is tech. Tech. These are all going to be tech. I'm making all create techs, even though technically it's like tech and food. Creative core. Is that for create? I don't know what it's for. Creeper overhaul is miscellaneous. API critters and companions. This is a world generation. World generation. Food. Food additions. This is actually an add-on. Cryptopia. Add-on. This is an add-on. The cucumber library is an API lib. Cupboard is an API lib. This is one too. This is a quality of life one. Cyclops core. This one. Dank storage is a storage mod. These are non-alphabetical. I just realized these are non-alphabetical. That pisses me off. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. Done. Applied all. Dark orbs is a quality of life thing. Data anchor is an API, I think. Oh, hasn't lived and her lips have not been kissed. So this is a quality of life or so. And a fuck ton of money. Furniture, wood, decorative this. The deep aether is world generation. Deeper and darker is world generation. Default option is quality of life. Diagonal fences is furniture. Furniture. Dimensional dungeon is world generation. This one I think is an API one as well. I hope you guys are having a good time today. I'm sorry that I'm just being silly. Generate infinite amounts of different vanilla textures. I'm gonna just call it an API one. This says cosmetic though. I don't care. Draconic Evolution is a magic mod. Dungeon Crawl is world generation. This is also world generation. Easy Anvils is an optimization mod. World generation. Effortless building is quality of life. Embeddidium is, I believe, performance. Okay, so it would be optimization. I think this is an add-on. Yeah, I'm working on something too. Cool. Call this miscellaneous. Enchanted witchcraft. This is magic, and this is the one that I also need to add into the server because we don't have this. Enchantment description is quality of life. End remastered is world generation. Enderman overhaul is gameplay. I think that's what I did for the other one. Is that what I did for creeper overhaul? No, I said it's miscellaneous because it is miscellaneous. It technically doesn't really change anything other than cosmetics. This is gameplay. No. Yeah. Entity calling is optimization. This is an API lib. This is magic. Expanded combat is gameplay. Gameplay. I would say miscellaneous for this one. Extreme sound is quality of life. Paradise is furniture. Falling leaves is quality of life. Fantasy miscellaneous. Look at my tism. I categorize them like here. I'll just do a little thing. Farming per block has its food. Fast food is optimization. This is optimization. This is an API lib. Flicker fix is an optimization one. Forbidden Arcanus is magic. Forged Ender Tech I think is an API mod. That sound like Tism? It is.
It looks like you're min-maxing Tism here with elite optimizations.
Framework I think is furniture.
Damn. That's impressive. You trying to figure out where the 600 came from?
I think it is. I added so many more add-ons to ones that I liked because they are ones that a lot of other people like as well. Like Dungeons and Taverns has a thing where it will override like nether fortresses and like witch huts and stuff like that, and I think I added those, which is like an added thing. I shouldn't eat this and my potato chip or french fries.
It's a good amount of food, so I'd say if you eat both of them, just don't eat all of them.
Can I have it tomorrow?
That or the
French fries.
If you want.
Okay. Cool.
Where are your french fries?
In my purse.
Matter.
Probably just have them cold anyway. Fresh Animations is a resource pack. Friends and Foe is world generation, I think. They're adding stuff to the world. Friends, Foes, yep. Yes, quality of life. That's what I'm gonna call these ones. Except the essentials, I think, is the API lib. Furniture is a furniture mod. Fusion is, I think, a quality of life mod. Cosmetic API. Fusion is a library. Okay, it's an API lib. Gale's bug catching is gameplay. Gallery is miscellaneous. API lib. Get it together drops is optimization. Glitch core is an API lib. Gladium is an API lib. Goblin trailers is a game world because it's spawning something. Guide me. What is this one? This is a tech mod. There's an API lib for the tech mod. Hamsters plus is world generation. Handcrafted is furniture. Haunted Harvest. Ooh, this I think is a food one though. Oh no, this is miscellaneous. This is so we. I think this is just so we could have pumpkin carving in the server. Okay, quality. I'll call it miscellaneous, I guess. Because it doesn't really make life better, but it's nice to have. Furniture. Issues Tree Chop is quality of life. Ice and Dragons is magic. Magic. Iceberg is an API. Immersive Engineering is a miscellaneous one, I'd say. Immersive Engineering is a tech mod. Incendium, I think, is an API mod. Oh no, it's a world generation one. Okay, world generations. Insects recrafted is a world generation. Inventory HUD is a quality of life. This is magic. This is an add-on for the magic. Items production list is an API lib. Item physics full is an optimization thing. Jade is a quality of life feature. Joy of painting is a miscellaneous one. Jump over fences is a quality of life. Jumpy boats is also quality of life. Just enough items is... What's happening? Are you okay?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought I did something wrong. Or maybe I'm going a little too full-tism and you're like, oh, you good lord. API, quality of life, world generation, leaves be gone is optimization. Legacy, this is food. Lionfish API is API. Loot integrations is gameplay. This is an add-on. No, that loot integrations is what allows it to happen. So this is technically the API live, and this is the gameplay one. Lucky Cozy Home is a furniture. Oops. Furniture. Macaw man, they're a legend at this point in my brain. Oh, this isn't copy all the way. Whoops. Oh, I guess I must have scrolled past it. All right, I'll just do... Where are we? We're halfway through this list. All right, I'm gonna do this list and then I'll probably call it for tonight because I don't know if you guys really want to watch me do this the rest of the night. My mail. This is miscellaneous. Modern fish optimization. Modonomicon, I think, is an API. Like data driven controlling. I'm gonna put this under miscellaneous because I don't know what this would be considered. Mouse tweaks, quality of life. What's Moses moms, Moses catalysm, furniture. I'm pretty sure Multil is an API. My service compatible is a optimization one, but also quality of life, but I prefer it as an optimization. This is this. Mystic Potions is magic. Mystic Biome is world generation. Mystical aggregations is an addition. This is mystical agriculture magic or tech? I think it's actually tech. I think technically. Farming tools, food, ores. Not magic. Mythic weapons, that's a gameplay one actually. Interest light is world generation. Nature's Commerce gameplay. Or quality of life. What did I do the other compasses as? Compass. I sort of sworn I did the compasses already. Oh. I did do gameplay. Cool. Puzzle is magic. Octolib. Oculus. I'll just make it an API one. Biomes You've Gone is a world generations. Gameplay. Patchouli, I think, is a magic mod. Placebo. Okay, this is an API platform. API. This is miscellaneous. Plushy Buddies is furniture. Furniture. World? I would say this is miscellaneous. I actually don't know if dogs spawn normally. Polylib is API. Polymorph is a quality of life feature. Productive Bees is a world generation project. Vibrant Journeys, I don't know. I think this is a world generation one. Yes, it is. This is an API one. Quality food. Quark is miscellaneous because it's like many things. Like it's hard to say it's just one thing. This is world generation. Rechiseled is furniture. This is quality of life. Refined storage is storage. Relics is gameplay. This is the compacts. These are add-ons. This is gameplay. Resourceful config is an API. Nice quality of life. Scalable cats force. I think this is an API one, but it could be a okay, it is. Searchables is quality of life. Okay. Serene Season is a world generation mod. Server performance is optimization. Shrink is miscellaneous. Solar Shaders is not to be here because that is a shader. Simple Hats is a miscellaneous. Simple Voice Chat is gameplay. Sintra Connector. Who dumped chocolate on you? I'm a dog. I'm a dog now. How are you doing? You have a good day? Did you watch more? Did you stream or did you watch more Doctor Who? Do you like it? Do you think I look good? I didn't do either. Valid. This is the add-on. Food, you look amazing. Yippee! State Observer Optimization. Stay True is a resource pack. This does not need to be here. Stone, these also do not need to be here. These are not. Storage. Structure, world generation. Structure Essentials API. Structurized API. Structure world generation. Stylish effects is quality of life. This is API. Supplementaries is a furniture mod. Supplementary scars. Sweet Calamity is world generation. Teos is magic. Terra Blender, I think, is quality of life. That's API, okay. API. Tetra is a tech mod, I think. Technically, it's a tech mod, I think. Otherwise, it's magic, but I think it's... yeah, it's tech. Add-on. Tetranomaha is an add-on. This is a gameplay mod. That's just an add-on. Nah, it's a world generation because it adds stuff. Which would mean that these should also be gameplay, in my opinion. Let me look at add-ons for Elix Compact. If it's a compact, it's an add-on. Tiered crystals, magic. Yeah, if it's a compact, I'll list it as an add-on. Otherwise, it is what it is. And the fridge is my birthday gift from my parents. Oh, what'd you get? What'd you get? I want to see. Oh my god, it's so cute! Oh, it's so cute. I like it. I like it very much. Do you like it? Additions. It's a compact. Ours additions is magic. Ours Creo makes it fundamental. This is magic. Ours occultist. This is a compact mod. Amendments. Oh, compact, cool. I'm obsessed with Little Shop of Horrors, and I have Audrey too. You're a dog, yeah. I'm a dog. I'm a dog now. I'm a Siberian. I wanted to be a Siberian Husky, but Star called me a Pomeranian. So, I guess I'm a Pomeranian. I'm a Pomeranian. Get it? Because I'm a maincoow? Pomeranian. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm almost done with this list. Okay. World. Tech. I'd say quality of life. Tiny skeletons is quality of life. Trading cycling is quality of life. Traction factor is gameplay. Nope, quality of life. Trash lot, quality of life. Traveler's backpack is storage, which we will no longer have Traveler's backpack because I'm tired of it. Universal bushy leaves is quality of. Oh no, this is a universal bushy leaves. Isn't this a resource pack? I think that's a resource pack, isn't it? No, it's not. It's a mod. It's quality of life. Furniture, API, vanilla backward gameplay. Actually, it's quality of life. Waystones gameplay. Waystone teleport pets gameplay. What are they up to? Quality of life. When dungeons arise, world generation. Quality of life, quality of life, quality of life. There's mini-map, world map, mini-map, and world map. Young's add-ons for loot integration. Young Structures add-on for loot integrations is the compact mod, so that's an add-on. You like that, Star? Pomeranian? I thought it was pretty good. World, and API. That's 455 mods sorted through, labeled, and now to do the other ones, but I don't know if I want to do that on stream. I'm just gonna make sure that it's got that amount. 453. Where did 455 come from? Interested in more than just being your friend. One of these like shader packs? It could be. I think Tiny Skeletons. Tiny Skeletons, I think, is a resource pack. Oh, I wasn't a thought. I don't know. I'm gonna write that in Elaine's brain though. In my little, I have a little private chat with Palm Brown. Oh my god, Pomeranian. I don't know. This is, it says it's a mod, but it shows up in the resource pack section, I believe. Stonebore, Universal Bushy Leaves. It's Universal Bushy Leaves. Okay, so Universal Bushy Leaves was not counted. And so was the one that's called Better Vanilla Animals Core Compact, which I thought was a quality of life, I think. Beta Vanilla Atoms. There you go. 453. Pog! Holy shit, guys. Alright, it's 9:30. Can't tell if I'm cooking or if I'm cooked. Hey, it's a fine line. To be a fool or to be a genius. It's a fine line. All right, we're gonna go raid somebody though, because I'm gonna go do this offline, and I'm gonna go full Tism mode, and we're gonna go raid Rune Bear Dad, and we'll be back tomorrow, Friday, for the final day of the charity live stream. If anybody would still like to donate, you still have tomorrow, because it will get you a cool ass emote from me. But if you don't want it, that's also fine, because we did reach the goal like 4 times over, so no pressure. But I love you guys very much. Bear VTuber, yes, they rated us yesterday at the end of our stream, so we're gonna go rate them, who is playing Resident Evil 4. They're a lovely person. I got to play Peak with them last Saturday. Love them, very sweet. Love their dad jokes. I hope you have fun with them. Be good with Rune Bear Dad. Be nice. If you want a raid message, here it is. You don't have to use it, but I appreciate it if you did. Here, I'll do an alternative one even. I'll do an alternative one where it's our new dance emote, because the dance emote is amazing. Again, hashtag one was amazing. Here's your alternate one. But WStream, hi Kaneko! Thank you so much for hanging out. I love you guys so much, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow for family TikTok time. We're gonna do art. And whatever the fuck else I fit in with my tiny little brain. Thank you for making sure you got your daily check-ins. I love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for the autism, of course. I'm going to go continue my autism off stream. So I hope you enjoyed that. I'll probably have more autism moments, like always. Love you guys. And remember, I hope you get to do what you love. Mwah. Good night. We don't have blind box on this screen. God damn it. Do it tomorrow. I don't know which one you got, Raina. I don't know which one you got, but I love you. Good night.